Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Gary Crawford. I'm Chair of the Budget Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I'd now like to call meeting 37 to order. Today's meeting is being held with members of the Budget Committee participating by video conference. City staff are also connected to the video conference meeting. Public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with public health guidelines and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And I ask, as usual, your patience if there are any technical delays. My fingers are crossed that nothing will happen today. City Clerk has provided all agenda materials via the Clerk's meeting portal, and Clerk's IT staff are available to participants to help with their devices. And members, can you keep your mic muted during today's presentation and video turned on? If there are any visiting members of council, I see a few, I encourage you to keep your video on so that we know that you're there and you're present, and especially if you're asking questions, turn your mic on as usual. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand. Seeing none. This is a special meeting of the Budget Committee. Today is the first of 3 days of review of the 2022 capital and operating budgets. Over the next 3 days, Budget Committee will hear presentations from city service groups, followed by a deeper dive into each program area budget with questions of staff. Today's presentations have been made available on toronto.ca/council and can be found online on today's Budget Committee agenda. The Budget Committee is also going to hear public speakers on Monday, January 24th and Tuesday, January 25th. This year, because we'll be meeting virtually, we will be meeting as a committee of the whole over those 2 days to hear from the public. If there are any members of the public on listening today, you can contact us at buc@toronto.ca and choose one of the following time slots on either January 24th or January 25th. And those 3 time slots are 9:30 to 12:30, 1:30 to 4:30, and 6 to 9 p.m. After we hear from the public, the Budget Committee is going to meet on January 28th and again on February 7th to make our final recommendations that will go off to executive on February 11th. And from there, it'll be going to full council on a special meeting for the budget on Thursday, February 17th. So today's agenda, we're going to be listening, hearing presentations from community and social services. We'll have an overall presentation on all of the groups that I'll name in a second. We'll do some overall questions of the presentation, and then what we'll do, as we do every year, we'll go individually through each of the divisions. So councillors will have an opportunity to listen or to ask questions on all the individual areas. So today in community and social services, we have children's services, economic development and culture, the housing secretariat, Toronto Employment and Social Services, Toronto Paramedic Services, Parks, Forestry, Recreation, Shelter, Support and Housing Administration, Court Services, Seniors Services and Long-Term Care, and Social Development, Finance and Administration. What we'll also do after we do questions of that, we're going to have Toronto Community Housing do a presentation as well, and there'll be questions on that because, again, a lot of their budget is linked to the shelter support and housing budget. And members, I also would like to propose that we have a timed item for Toronto Public Health and the medical officer presentation at 1:30. Dr. Villa is having some, understandably, some time challenges with regard to her time. So if we could do a presentation at 1:30, we may or may not be finishing the questions on community and social services, but she's requested a time. So if you're okay with that, we'll come back after lunch and do her presentation along with questions. As I mentioned last week with regard to briefing notes and briefing note requests, can you please get them in as soon as possible to the clerk and provide that we can I can look at them and send them off to staff. Mainly being is we want to ensure that we can do all the briefing notes, but staff are challenged this year, as I had mentioned last week, on their ability to get some of the briefing notes done and whether or not there's a lot of time involved. So if you can get them in as quickly as possible to the clerks and provide a permission to share them, then we'll be able to have a better sense of trying to get as many briefing notes done as possible. Members, are there any questions at all before we begin the presentations? Councillor Carroll.
One quick question. I think what I understood, we were going to get the cluster presentation, and then on the individual divisions, is the plan it's just hold for questions, no presentations?
Yeah, no, we've done that a number of years, Councillor.
Yeah.
It's just a time thing. So, we have the notes, but it'll be just the overall presentation, and then we go just questions on the divisions.
Right. Just checking. I'm wondering if I could, I'd like to do it early on, give a heads up. The only exception I have, and that is actually the first one, Children's Services is so affected. It was kind of a difficult budget to read because it's so affected by COVID impacts past. The budget was drafted before Omicron, and then we have $10 a day deal coming later in the year. So I'm wondering if, rather than ask questions, I'm wondering if the general manager there could just give us a brief walkthrough just for Children's Services, because it's so impacted since the budget was drafted.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
It may reduce a whole slew of questions that might otherwise come.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Okay, I think that's a
okay,
fair.
Thanks. Just wanted to give her a heads up early on and not sort of spring that on her when you called that division. Thanks.
No worries. Okay. Other than that, why don't we begin? I think Paul Johnson, I believe, is going to do the presentation today. You're up.
Good morning, and through the chair, thank you. It's great to be here, and committee members, nice to be here for my first budget presentation as the deputy city manager. I thought there might have been a bit of rookie hazing going on with me being up first in the agenda, but my understanding is this is again something that's happened in previous years as well. But it is absolutely my pleasure to provide you with an overview of the work in this service area, talk a little bit about our operating budget and capital budget, and then allow us to transition into the questions of the individual divisions, who will be able to provide you a much more detailed response to some of the questions and issues that you want to raise. I do want to thank off the top Alan Cohen and his team for working on the budget slides that are with you today. Safia Chowdhury from my office, who is helping us with the slides today, and obviously our CFO, Heather Taylor, and Stephen Comforti, who I'm sure have had to answer a lot of questions from me that are a result of me being a little newer to this process. But here we go. So on to the next slide, Safia. So in terms of the work of community and social services, as you know, our focus is really on ensuring that there is access and equitability in terms of all the great things that the City of Toronto has to offer. And this slide, of course, we support all of the corporate outcomes and the strategic directions that we're looking for. But the things that are boxed in red represent areas where either we're seen as a bit of the lead at the City of Toronto for addressing some of those issues, or ones that represent the majority of the work of some of our divisions. And no surprises here, some of that is around the people and neighborhood work, our housing work, and new this year is a significant connection for all of the service areas around climate action. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in some of the future slides. Next slide. This is a slide that you're familiar with. It looks at the divisions that make up community and social services. And I want to pause here for a minute and thank all of the folks that head up these divisions for the way they have welcomed me into this organization and the support that they provide to me each and every day. As you know, these are dedicated professionals that lead complicated and complex and very necessary services in our community. And they do that with such a high degree of professionalism. I knew I was joining a team that was highly skilled, and it has only grown my admiration for the work that they do on a daily basis. We are a large service area with programs that touch many people across the city of Toronto. And I wanted to pull out one of the photos and just talk a little bit more about the commitment of these folks. And this is a slide that is from long-term care, obviously, but it's representative of the work that has been going on through this pandemic. You know, it's easy in a pandemic to get fixated on PPE, to talk about cohorting and all of the distancing and our deep cleaning and all of those technical elements which are critically important to keep people safe. But what I am really in awe of and expected, of course, coming here and have seen in spades is the way that our staff across all of the work that we do in community and social services has continued to maintain a person-centered approach in the midst of a pandemic. And in terms of long-term care, sometimes that means putting on pink hats in the midst of also having face shields and masks and gowns and doing all of that important work around infection prevention and control. It is the work that has continued in, for instance, our work in TEST, where we have ensured that people, even if they need to come in person to get their check, to make sure that they have some income in their bank account, that we were there to do it throughout the pandemic. It is the way, and Councillor Carroll mentioned it, the way that our childcare directly operated programs, as well as our work with the sector, have pivoted several times over this pandemic to provide emergency childcare, to reopen to full-on the day-to-day childcare. And all of those pieces have been underpinned by a commitment to person-centered care. We've never lost focus on the fact that in the midst of a pandemic, when we need to stay safe, we also need to be there to support people, sometimes through very difficult moments in their time. You think about our paramedics, they may arrive on a person's worst day, and their job is not only to provide excellent medical care, but to support that individual and family members or those that are around them as they work through that very difficult time. As we help people to find housing and move from a position of homelessness into permanent housing, it is about listening to their needs and understanding how we will best allow that to happen, even in the midst of all the chaos that is going around. So rather than just name off the divisions and thank people, I really wanted to give you a flavor of what I've seen as I've arrived here at the City of Toronto, the way that we deliver care, even in the midst of these challenging times. Next slide, please. From an overall highlight perspective, I thought it's helpful to remind everyone of the size and scope of this service area. And one of those bubbles shows the over 25,000 people that help us deliver our service. And I know from a budget perspective, we talk in terms of FTEs, and that number is 14,480. But why I provided the 25,000 is to recognize that we have folks that, as you well know, may have very few hours in a week or may be seasonal in their commitment to this organization, but they're critically important. So all of those folks that deliver services at different times of the years in places like parks, forestry, and recreation are as much a part of the team as the people that work year round. And all of those folks get up every day thinking about how they can ensure that all of these great services and supports that are available in the City of Toronto can be accessed by as many people as is possible. We'll get into the budget numbers, but at a gross level, $4.5 billion, down to a net of 1.7, because of course we deliver a lot of programs that are cost shared with senior levels of government, most significantly with the province of Ontario. And obviously we have a tremendous amount of assets given the work that happens within this service area. Nearly $7 billion in assets that span everything from open spaces in our community to community spaces that are used by all sorts of our own programs as well as community uses along the way. And when you think about the size and scope of our service delivery, you've got us, 320,000 times or so responding to emergency calls, nearly 1,000 calls a day coming into our paramedic service. Those 81,000 licensed childcare spaces, some of which we directly deliver, others we support as part of the sector that we're the service system manager for. So all the way along in the work that we do, it is all about providing the services that Torontonians need and ensuring that they have the correct access to those programs. Next slide, please. In terms of our priority areas, I have looked back at previous budget presentations, and there's not a tremendous amount of change here because at the core of it, our work remains focused on some key areas. And it starts with equity. And when I was preparing for this presentation, I thought back to a meeting I had, I think it's about 15 years ago now, with Sir Michael Marmot, who was doing some international work around social determinants of health. And when he was talking to me, he said, look, this is how I ground the work that I'm doing. In his mind, health inequalities that could be avoided by reasonable means were unfair. So if you had that inequality, there were ways to deal with it. That's unfair. And putting them right is a matter of social justice in his mind. And I think that's at the core of the equity work that we do. It's not just about specific projects that may advance certain causes. It is the day-to-day activities that we undertake. For those who require housing, we are single focused in terms of how do we build the right kind of housing at the right kind of affordability with the right kinds of supports. The access to early learning and childcare, which sets the life course for young people in our community. Those that we need in our workforce at the City of Toronto or in all of the tremendous businesses, for-profit or not-for-profit in this community, are right now being cared for by parents who are teaching them the very basics of how to grow up, and in our childcare programs in this community. That's where the future of our workforce lies today. And the more energy and effort we put into that, the better equality will come from our community in the future in terms of access to employment. And so it goes on and on with our work. And then a more focused effort in terms of making sure that we are doing specific items related to reconciliation, confronting anti-Black racism, and ensuring that we provide services and supports that move our community forward in those areas. It wouldn't be a presentation from Community and Social Services without highlighting the work in housing, because it is a significant focus of this council. One of the reasons I'm so excited to be here at the City of Toronto. And we need to let you know that we continue to, across the division and across this service area and across the organization, think about how we can advance the needs around housing. And this council has put so much energy into a variety of ways and methods that we can do that. Not only encouraging the construction and the building, obviously, of new housing with the funding that's available, but finding creative new ways that we can leverage other ways of building housing. And whether that's through inclusionary zoning, or whether it's through our multi-unit residential acquisition program, or MURA as it's better known, all of these enable us to do the work. And yes, we have specific targets in 2022, but our broader goal is to ensure that there is a larger volume of housing available for Torontonians. In people and neighborhoods, it really is in ensuring that we have safe and resilient and good places for people to live across this community. And some of that is the work that we do with community partners across the City of Toronto to ensure that places are good for people to live in, work in, play in, and learn in. And that can be everything from our open space strategies and investing in our parks and our community spaces through to some very specific pieces that look at how we respond to community violence in a way that supports the resilience of people going through those traumatic events and making sure that they are supported as they go through that. Next slide, please. As we look back at 2021, and I know we're doing a bit of that because of the pandemic that we continue to be in, I talked with the team, and there were so many adjectives that came out about how to describe 2021. And then someone around our table said, you know what, it really is this ongoing journey. And that is the case. As we continue to respond to this pandemic, and obviously just recently, the latest wave and the latest challenge that we're rising to the occasion around, I've been incredibly impressed since I've arrived at the City of Toronto to see how we're reacting, but also learning about those things that have been in place since the beginning of the pandemic. And here's where a lot of our work has engaged the community. And I come back to that theme because it is a way that we can effectively and efficiently deliver services and supports as a city. And we do that every day, and know it has become very, very evident of the importance of that through the pandemic. And so some of the TO supports work that I was really thrilled to share with the Board of Health yesterday is a great example of that. Hundreds of organizations across the city that have been convened and organized with the support of the City of Toronto, and in particular, the work of our Social Development, Finance and Administration Division, in order to look at what the needs are on the ground so that we can respond and support them as well. And that kind of work doesn't come easily. It's hard to coordinate. It's hard to keep in contact with all these groups. It's hard to figure out how we will flow resources, but our team never complains about that. They just figure out ways to make it happen, because at the end of the day, the result is much better. You have heard lots about it, and I know Dr. Davila continues to speak very highly of the work of the ambassadors programs on vaccine, for instance, an approach that looked at how we could significantly advance the important work of vaccines in a way that worked for community. And it's one of those things that will be there as an important piece as we get through this pandemic. But I actually think it's something we should be considering as a way that we look at other social determinants of health as we move forward. These are learnings that we will have through our journey in this pandemic that will continue to serve us well as we move forward. It is the shift to more online services and supporting people in virtual ways that will continue as well. The journey in 2021 was really to have more of those things available all the time. And whether that was the work in Ontario Works to have fewer and fewer people actually requiring physical checks and more people getting either the electronic format or through direct deposit, those were efforts that helped both the clients we serve, the individuals we serve, but also improve our efficiency and effectiveness as an organization. And it goes on and on and on, this journey that we're on. And that's why, even in the midst of Omicron and the work that has to happen in this early part of 2022, I'm so confident in the team being able to continue to support the efforts that are occurring and need to occur in our community. And whether that is the continued expansion of shelter spaces and the continued work of keeping people safe who require shelter on an emergency basis, whether it's the work in long-term care to ensure that our seniors are well cared for and protected from this latest wave of the virus, all of that work is built on what has occurred over the last nearly 2 years now and will continue through 2022. Next slide, please. In terms of the numbers, getting into the budget overview now, as I mentioned, the budget of community and social services at a gross level is about $4.5 billion, netted out at just under $1.7 billion. And much of the change is driven this year by a recognition that at some point, and I know it's a bit funny for me to read these notes or reflect on these notes given the times we're in, but we do expect in 2022 that more of the services that were shuttered in 2021 will be available to the community, most significantly in places like our recreation area of the service area. The other piece is that some of the contraction of services, because they weren't as necessary in 2021, we have an accelerated plan to get back in terms of those services in 2022. And yes, Omicron is throwing just a little bit of a wrench into those works in the early part of 2022, but we still expect that as the year moves on, more of those services will be available to Torontonians, and we will need to have the budget to support that. The other key driver here is, of course, the continued response to COVID-19, over $300 million or so of investment that's required for us to keep our services safe and to keep the people that we're serving safe as well. In terms of our capital plan, you can see the significant investments that are being recommended for this year and our overall 10-year plan, which, as I say, comes out to about $6.8 or so billion. Next slide, please. As we look at some of our key risks and challenges, certainly first and foremost to us is the ongoing response to COVID-19. The service impacts that it's had are numerous, and sometimes they just sort of roll off our backs a bit because we've been in this for so long. But we need to reflect on just this month alone, where early in January, of course, we were informed, all of us, that schools would not open until January the 17th. While in our children's services, they were also informed that starting on January the 10th, emergency childcare would be available, critically important to allow essential workers to continue to work in our community, and none more important than making sure that happens through this latest period of the virus. And so very quickly having to pivot, work with our community partners and provide that. And I was so pleased to see over 600 children accessing emergency childcare, yes, for only 1 week, because schools will open this week once the snow disappears and we get back to normal course of business. But that's just an example of how we continue to work. When you think about shelters, the need to open up in additional space, we're still in a situation where all of the distancing rules, all of the infection prevention and control measures need to be in place. And on top of that, we need to ensure that people have safe access to shelter given the weather. It's a very different time of year to be dealing with yet another surge and another wave of COVID-19. And yes, we continue to look at ways that we can open warming centers, open additional shelter spaces, expand the amount of isolation beds that are available in this community, all the while ensuring that we can, wherever possible, move people into permanent housing, which is ultimately the solution for all of this. So the growing needs and complexities against all of our services, whether it's in long-term care or paramedics, whether it's in housing or shelters or our children's services, continue to be a challenge, and we expect that to go through the entire year. How we will transition back to a more, if you can use the word normal, a more normal operating set of circumstances remains to be seen, both the timing of that and the way things will look. And we'll just use as an example our shelter system. 3,000 people needed to be moved out of our traditional shelter system into new spaces at the beginning of this pandemic, into hotels, into single spaces where they can have access to both a place to sleep and be, but also to washroom facilities that are more private. The reality is, moving back to that more congregate setting doesn't make a lot of sense. And it will be a challenge to figure out how we will continue to move forward with our shelter system, knowing what we know about the risks and the, quite frankly, the poor design of the traditional shelter system that wasn't just here in the city of Toronto, but everywhere where shelter is provided. Those are those challenges and complexities that won't be solved in overnight, but need to be addressed as we do come out of this pandemic. So managing, as you can see, most of the work on this page and most of the points on this slide are all about how we manage our way out of this. And we'll have to support the community along this way as well. It's not just about the services that we deliver. How we support nonprofit organizations, community-based organizations to make the transition will be critically important. Many are telling us that they're struggling. They're struggling with staffing, they're struggling with financial resources, and they're struggling under the weight of increased demand for their services. And we rely on that as a community to ensure that our residents remain safe. I also want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about the commitments of our provincial and federal partners to our ongoing work. Of course, in terms of recovery, it's going to be critically important that we have those partnerships. And there have been many instances where those partnerships have come through and allowed us to do some very good and needed work. Part of the work of our Economic Development and Culture Division in terms of supporting the Main Street recovery and rebuilding is a partnership with senior levels of government. And we're so appreciative for that because it allows us to provide that very necessary support to small businesses as they try to both recover and in some cases rebuild coming out of this pandemic. We also know that we will see, with the borders now reopening, continued pressure at the City of Toronto around refugees. And we need the federal government to be partners with us on that. We, of course, want to provide services that meet the needs of refugees that are in our community. And Toronto, as one of the key destination points, will see that surge coming now that borders are reopened. And we need to ensure that that investment from the federal government allows us to continue to do this good work. Then I want to focus a bit on supportive housing, because regardless of whether we're in a pandemic or as we move out of it, we need a new relationship and, quite frankly, a new deal to deal with supportive housing. You see on this slide the pressures that we have around supportive housing, and those dollars sometimes flow to us as one-time dollars. They rarely come attached to the capital programs that help us to build the actual housing units. And there is no real clear path about how we'll be able to increase that investment of funding, particularly from the provincial government, to help us provide those supports. But it is critically important that we have that conversation and allow that to happen. It's not just the financial pressure, which is listed for you here, about 15 million last year that came through as one time, the 27.6 in 2022 that's required, and the 48 million, which will be required once we get to those 2,000 units by the end of the year. But if you think about the overall plan, our goal is to build 18,000 units of supportive housing. So you don't need to be a math graduate from a higher Institute of Higher Learning to understand that that $48 million need is going to grow exponentially in order to support those. And some will say, well, that's a lot of money at times where there's competing pressures. But I draw your attention, as you well know, that supportive housing is also about avoiding cost. About 3/4 of the folks that are in our shelter system are what we term chronically homeless. That means they've spent more than 180 days requiring emergency shelter. Many of those individuals, to be successful in housing, will not only require an affordable place to live, but some level of support. That isn't to stigmatize those individuals, it is just a reality of some of the folks that we work with. The reality also is that supportive housing is a cheaper investment and a better investment than some of the other things that are there today. It represents a better investment than our shelter system, which is more costly and has poorer outcomes overall. It is better than investments in more medical approaches or corrections approaches, which also don't get us the outcomes we want and cost more. The City of Toronto learned through the at-home Chez Soi study that investing in supportive housing has tremendous outcomes individually. It also has tremendous outcomes from the standpoint of stabilizing people in a much better environment. And so the work in terms of our relationship with the provincial government to support the supports that need to be there with housing will be a key focus in 2022 and beyond as we seek to build those affordable units that are also supported with additional services. Next slide, please. In terms of our priority actions, many of them, of course, match against what I've just talked about in terms of some of the key risks and challenges. So we will continue to make sure that we get through this pandemic well, that we make the investments that are necessary so that those in our long-term care facilities have a great place to reside and a safe place to reside. We'll make sure that we are continuing our work around equity measures. And 2022 will be an exciting opportunity for the City of Toronto and one that will be viewed by many across this jurisdiction and around the world as we look at new ways of responding to crises in our community. And you've received information about the 4 pilot areas that will be, again, a partnership with community for the City of Toronto in terms of how we can do crisis response a little bit differently. That work we will learn of in 2022 and think then about how what we learn can translate into a scoping and scaling of that work so that at some point we will be able to say that the right people are responding to the right crises here in the City of Toronto. Our recovery and renewal is a key piece of what is happening in 2022 and beyond. And I've talked a little bit about our Main Street Recovery and Rebuild program. And that initiative is launching has options for businesses to access financial support and other supports in order to help them through this period of time. But it's just one example of a suite of economic options and supports that you have championed throughout this pandemic and will need to continue to champion as we move forward. And what I'm really proud of in terms of our Economic Development and Culture Division is that they're reorganizing themselves so they can be a stronger support, more of a one-stop shop support for businesses, for cultural organizations who are all struggling with what are the rules I need to follow today, but also how do I get back on my feet and really into a stable position moving forward. Supportive housing I've talked about several times, so I'll just say we will continue to accelerate the creation of affordable and supportive housing. And what's really important about this budget year for us is that there will be some shift of staff from the shelter area to our housing secretariat to support administratively the ability of the housing secretariat to not only deliver on the creation of affordable housing, but the stability and the support to the housing sector here at the City of Toronto. And our community safety initiatives, while I've mentioned a little bit about our crisis response piece, goes beyond that in terms of looking at ways that we can support communities that go through trauma of violence, that we can support communities with new investments in terms of grants for Indigenous organizations, for Black organizations at the City of Toronto to do good work to build stronger, healthier neighborhoods. Next slide, please. When it comes to a climate lens, much of that is driven through our capital budget. And here on this slide, you see a synopsis of a number of activities and investments that will happen in the 2022 capital budget for this service area. But I also want to talk about the philosophy and really the day-to-day climate work that we're doing in all of these projects. You know, when we build something, we are building to those net zero outcomes that we want. And whether that's getting to Toronto's green standard, which is very consistent with those net zero targets, or finding creative ways to do this work, everything we build is with that in mind. The significant investment that we make each year to the Toronto Housing Corporation that you'll hear from shortly, and I'm sure that they'll be talking about this as well, is all about how we address particularly greenhouse gas emissions from one of those areas that is one of the pieces that we need to focus on, buildings. And when it comes to community housing, some of those buildings are old, they are inefficient from an energy perspective, and they offer a great opportunity for that investment, which is leveraging hundreds of millions of dollars more from senior levels of government to ensure that those buildings can not only be there as affordable housing for the next generation, but also can be there as affordable housing in a much more energy efficient and climate friendly way. And so whether it's our construction projects or our revitalization projects, all of this is informing our work in terms of the importance of our climate resiliency and our climate work. And I just point out that there's some really things to celebrate in this budget. For instance, we will be building our first 2 net zero childcare centers within Children's Services, and they're thrilled about that. We're moving along the way in our fleet to one day being electric in our paramedic fleet, which, as you know, has between 115 and 120 vehicles on the road each and every day. And when you think about the kilometers that are traveled by our paramedic service doing the very important work that they do, it's really important that we focus on that fleet as well. So not only are these important capital projects from a community perspective, they're important capital projects from a climate perspective as well. Next slide, please. In terms of our operating budget, we'll move to the next slide and go through some of these numbers, which we've talked a little bit about. This is a synopsis of where those gross expenditures of nearly $4.5 billion go. And not surprising to you, much of that is in the shelter, support, and housing area, followed closely by our employment and social services. And some of the key points that are listed on this slide for you, which I'll go into a little more detail in just a couple of minutes, have to do with some significant new and enhanced investments, a total of $88 million in gross investments from a new and enhanced perspective. But it is important, and that's why we've listed 5 or 6 bullets on this page around the COVID-19 impacts. We continue to see the impact of COVID-19 within the divisions in community and social services at a level that outstrips a lot of other areas of the city of Toronto. And so we'll need to continue to recognize that investment in keeping people safe and keeping our own staff safe and allowing our safe operation of our programs is a key investment in the 2022 budget, which, as you've heard from Heather and Chris, is a COVID budget, absolutely. Next slide, please. In terms of where the money comes from and where it goes, we have a considerable investment from senior levels of government in terms of those cost share programs that you know very well. So whether it's in our childcare areas, in our employment and social service area, in our housing and shelter area, we are the beneficiary of investments by senior levels of government to help us do our work. Many of the expenditures and where that money goes is to community-based organizations. And I think that's an important message to remember in the community and social services budgets. Whether it's our partners who help us deliver shelter services or the childcare services through a myriad of community-based organizations, whether it's the grants that we flow to community organizations to provide additional services that meet the needs of Torontonians, that is a significant portion of how we invest in our community, but also how we ensure that we provide service to this community. Next slide, please. From a net operating budget perspective, here you can see the breakdown by division. most of the divisions have an upward pressure, and it gets us to that 9.1% overall. And significantly, COVID investments in many of those divisions drive that number, as well as in certain cases, it is a reality that from a projection perspective, we're up this year because we project that more services will be in operation as we move forward. Next slide, please. From a new and enhanced perspective, as I mentioned, just over $88 million from a gross perspective. And here are some of the key areas where those investments are happening. You heard in the budget overview, and I know there were some questions around the childcare investment. This is an investment that is welcomed in terms of supporting the existing childcare system and the staff that work within it. It is not an expansion of the childcare system, which we know we need to see and want to see, and that will very much be tied into the negotiations going on between the province and the federal government. But it is important to recognize that the investments through our childcare new and enhanced programs will be the kinds of things that will set us up for success as we come out of this period of time. It is about investment in looking at how we can better respond to the needs of Indigenous persons and communities, and how we will better address anti-Black racism at the City of Toronto. It will be about how we build strategies for the recruitment and retention of early childhood educators moving forward. And so while this isn't an expansion of the system overall, new space is created, it will support the ongoing work of expansion of the childcare system and set us up for success in the future. The long-term care reform, and Jennifer can take you through in much greater detail the exciting work that is happening in long-term care once we can finally get out of all of these rules and regulations and, quite frankly, the restrictions that are in place in long-term care, for good reason from a health perspective, but not so great from a community building perspective. We're doing work on emotion-centered care. You as council have supported that work and encouraged that work to continue. And we will continue to make those investments, which will also help us meet our ministry mandates around the amount of time of care that's provided to each resident that is in one of our 10 long-term care facilities. So a significant investment in people, and a significant investment in a new way of supporting every single resident that we care for in our long-term care facilities. From a shelter services perspective, obviously new and enhanced to support the enhanced and expanded work of our shelter system currently. It is to stabilize some of the positions in things that are not just COVID response related, like our eviction prevention work that happens in the community, but all there to help build and continue to build an effective system that deals with individuals who experience homelessness. And the Housing Secretariat transformation I mentioned before, this really is the investment that will help, alongside the transfer of some staff, for us to set Abby and her team up in the Housing Secretariat to not only deliver on the capital program and the building of new affordable housing areas, but to ensure that the leadership of our social housing providers and all of the work that's happening in the housing sector is well taken care of. When it comes to our work in terms of safety and well-being, much of the investment is around the work that is happening with our crisis response program that will begin to operate on the ground in 2022. And we will be excited to learn from our community partners and build on their existing skill as we respond differently to crisis. Our Toronto Paramedic Service has been in the news and been on your mind and my mind, and certainly Chief Raftis's mind as we've moved through this latest wave of the pandemic. And it's important to recognize that our budget this year includes a further investment around the staffing strategy that isn't just a 2022 effort. This has been going on for a few years, and over 300 new paramedics are the result of your investments in the past and the recommended investment this year in the Toronto paramedic staffing approach. Next slide, please. Now quickly go through a few things from our capital budget and plan perspective. If we move to the next slide. And here again, we had a few in the bubble slide, as I call it, in the early part of the presentation. And this breaks down just a little bit more for you, all of the many assets that are in community and social services that make up that nearly $7 billion in assets that are required to deliver the many services that we have. Next slide, please. In terms of our capital program, much of the funding for our capital program comes from debt. And then you can see how it goes down in terms of some of our investments from senior levels of government and other charges that come through. And in a minute, you'll see just how much is really invested from a municipal perspective and a city perspective versus senior levels of government. And in terms of where it goes, not surprisingly, given the focus on housing, that it is invested in housing. And that's closely followed by our parks, forestry, and recreation, which has significant, obviously, capital needs across the whole community to ensure the open spaces and our community centers are available for those who need it, as well as our ongoing work in forestry and the need for us to ensure that we meet our targets in terms of our tree canopy and our ravine strategy, which then also tie back to our climate goals, because those are key initiatives and key strategies that tie back to climate as well. Next slide, please. So here is a breakdown of where that capital program is being invested. And you'll see that across all of those categories, there are check marks around supporting our climate resiliency or greenhouse gas reductions. And we've talked a little bit about how the capital plan does that. But this is a balanced approach to capital investments that both deal with our aging infrastructure and the need to address state of good repair, as well as addressing some new gaps and needs in our community, and of course, a large focus on the work of housing here at the City of Toronto. Next slide, please. And here is an interesting slide that just shows for you where the capital program is funded, and our 10-year capital program is funded. And as you can see, primarily from the City of Toronto and various streams of both revenue and charges, as well as a significant component that comes from debt. Next slide. So in closing, I just want to say thank you for your support and welcoming me to the City of Toronto, but more importantly, your ongoing support for the work of the divisions that make up community and social services. Our folks are here to help answer questions on some of the specifics of the work that we do. And thank you for the opportunity to present this overview of the work of our service area.
Paul, thank you very much. Welcome. And, as a rookie, you did pretty good. So congratulations. Members, we're going to just do overall questions just of the presentation, and then we'll get into the individual areas. I'm just going to start, if it's okay with you, on some overall questions. And these are going to be directed to the Chief People Officer, Marcia John Greenwood, I believe. I think she's there. And I'm doing a list too of, I'll get you, your next, Councillor Perks. So does this 2022 budget supply you with adequate resources to address the program vacancies all across, not only in children's services, but across the city?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, it does.
Okay, can you share with us steps that you have taken to address the vacancies that have surfaced during the pandemic?
Yes, again, through the chair. So we've added additional resources throughout 2021. And there's additional resources included in our budget for 2022. We've also introduced a number of recruitment agencies that we've worked with. So we have 4 that we're working on volume job calls. So that allows us to extend the number of people working on any specific large volume scaled recruitment activities. We also have increased our number of the way we work, and so we've improved our processes to expedite our interviewing, scheduling, and processing so we can get people into the jobs.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Those are my questions. So why don't we jump over to outside councillors? Councillor Perks, you had your hand up.
Yeah. First, where I've looked briefly through some of the analyst notes, where would I look for the funding for the housing commissioner? In what department or budget?
If I can, through the chair, it's Chris. We're still in the process of reporting back to council as to what the right model would be if we're to have a housing commissioner. So that report is still being worked on. So there isn't money in the budget for 2022 for such a position.
Thank you. To follow on the questions that the budget chief started with, I appreciate all the work that has been done by the HR department. When is the question that's on my mind. So we budgeted for a certain complement. I appreciate that, you know, January, February, March it's going to be impossible. We've got just too much else going on with redeployment. But are we looking at hitting the complement numbers that are approved in this budget, would be in this budget in May, in June? Is it different for different departments? Where would I look to get that in?
My apologies for being late. I just following along the budget presentation.
Pat,
As
you're
the
on.
host, it appears somebody is unmuted.
Executive Director.
Pat.
I think it's Pat. Pat, you're on. Anyway.
I've now muted Pat. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Perks. Can you just repeat that last piece for me?
Mr. Chair, I might need a little more time.
Sure.
So there's a complement that's approved. The budget chief just asked you if you've got resources to eventually staff up to that complement. Where would I look to see, for example, that the target date is to have planning or affordable housing or some office hit that complement? I know you can't do it today, but like, are we, you know, there's little point if it's going to be December. I just need to know when. Is there a schedule for that? And where could I find it?
So through the chair, so how it works is the complement and budget will be signed off. Then we work with each of the divisions in terms of their timelines to get those posts filled. So that could be different for different areas, but that schedule will be something that we work with the divisions to ensure that we can fill it to meet their service needs.
Yes, I understand the process. I'm asking, when is that, when, like, do you have target dates for filling out the complement for different departments? Like, what I'll tell you why I ask is that we approve something, we get a variance report, it's not done yet, December rolls around and I find out it's still not done, and this happened in many divisions last year. So we go a whole year where council approved a complement and it never got filled. So what I would like to understand is there somewhere a plan for when those get filled? And can I see it?
So through the chair, yes, we will have a plan. I don't have it at the moment until the budget is approved, and then the divisions will work with my team to ensure that we have a plan.
So your answer to Councillor Crawford, that you've got the resources in place, you don't know actually yet, because you're saying you can't give us a plan until after we approve the budget.
No, just for clarity, that the resources within my team are in place. We have the resources in the team. Your question referred to the plan to deliver for the services resources, so to fill their complement. So that's two different things, so unless I've misheard.
Councillor, it's Heather Taylor. Would it be okay if I added some additional information?
Please.
Sorry for jumping in. So to your specific question, there is a hiring plan. That hiring plan is based on volumes that the resources that Marcia referred to are in the budget. What we have to do now is look at where the vacancies are, identify priority areas, etc. The hiring plan does not go down to the detailed level of what division will have a hire in March or April. What it is based on the volumes that can be accommodated and that are reasonable based on our projections.
Okay.
So that hiring strategy does exist and will address the volumes based on where there is needs from a priority perspective.
Okay. Can I see when, you know, the overall goal is going to be met? Like, is the plan overall, not division by division, to reach full complement in June, in August, in November, in December?
So again, the hiring strategy is based on volumes. And so the divisions attaining their complement is going to be based on how they are prioritized.
I
So there
asked
isn't,
about the overall, not division by division.
that's correct.
So when?
When would you be able to see the overall plan?
No, when does the overall plan imagine us actually hiring up to complement?
So again, I'm talking about the volumes. Those volumes may change. And so a division may not be at its complement until Q4. It all depends on how those divisions are prioritized and the volumes that are available to address the hiring. So
I
what
might
we
need a second
so
round,
I just
Mr. Chair.
if
Okay.
Counselor, can I just add one more point?
Sure.
The hiring plan has informed the budget. And so the way the budget has been built is that the vacancies that exist might be hired only in Q4 in a particular area. So the hiring plan has informed the budgets this year, if that's of any additional help.
So you do have an indication in the budget about when you anticipate certain departments getting their resources. If you've said we're budgeting not to have to pay the full complement in PF&R until October, then you've already budgeted.
So there are
I'd like
a
to
set of
see that.
assumptions, correct? There are assumptions and there are
Can I see
projections in
those,
the
please?
plan. So yes.
Thank you. When?
So again, I think that's a division by division question. It's not an overall question of when we're going to be at complement. The hiring strategy does project vacancies still in existence at the end of the year.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. Let's take it into committee, I believe. I don't see anybody else outside committee. Councillor Layton next.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Wong-Tam.
I'm sorry. I didn't see that you were there, Councillor. Okay, let me.
That's okay, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, you're there. Okay, you're next then.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and Happy New Year, everyone. I wanted to just ask around the issue around the COVID redeployments. As I was reading the briefing notes, it seemed to be that every division seemed to have a slightly different assessment about whether or not COVID impacting their staffing levels. Although not on the agenda today, but for example, city planning said that there were no impacts. And yet I know that there were staff that were redeployed to other sort of essential services. So I'm just curious to know, do we know, has anyone calculated the number of staff that had to be redeployed because of COVID in 2021, 2020, and is it anticipated that you'll go through the same thing in 2022?
So, through the chair. So thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. So we do have the numbers. I don't have the numbers for 2020 and 2021 at hand, but I can certainly find that for you. And our approach for 2022 is focused on the essential and critical services, as you mentioned. But we do have those numbers, and I can get those back to you.
Thank you. I would appreciate those numbers. And because we know that the pandemic is not quite behind us, have staff prepared budgets for us that are largely sort of assuming that the pandemic will be over, or are you still creating budgets that allow for redeployment and at the same time trying to sort of catch up on the vacancies? So trying to sort of gap that attrition rate.
So again, through the chair, thank you for that question. So the redeployment is an additional staff requirement that is to meet critical needs at the time. So as we are in the midst of the emergency, the recruitment and the vacancies for those divisions, I believe, are in addition to that. They'll be separate from that, and that's to make sure they can meet ongoing service needs. So the redeployment approach is for the emergency which we're in at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to dig into this a little bit deeper because it will give me a better understanding of what type of budget is before us. And I want to ask, you know, when you're preparing that information for us about the the number of staff that have been redeployed. Can you do that across all the divisions? I don't need anything complicated, but I'm just trying to understand, because we know that there are obviously some staff who are not able to work because they are symptomatic, or perhaps they've been terminated because of the lack of vaccine sort of fulfillment. I'm just trying to understand who's sitting at their desk, who's behind the machine, who is actually doing the work. And the reason I ask this question is because it's not clear to me as I read the budget exactly whether or not, even as you have a gap in staffing, whether or not the attrition levels can be caught up, so therefore we can reduce them. So number of people in and number of people out means that we don't change the staffing levels. But I'm still also trying to understand how you layer on top of that the redeployment, and then what are the real numbers of staff complements, and that's what I really want to understand before I head into the next day of budget presentations. Marsha, do you think you can get that for us?
Yes, I can certainly get you the numbers 2021, and so we'll just be working on that now, so you have that.
Okay, thank you. And so that's excellent. I guess I want to just come back to our city manager just very quickly. In your response to Councillor Perk regarding the housing commissioner, you have identified that there are no funds in the 2022 budget. But if memory serves me correct, we've been trying to establish this information for almost 4 years now. But you said that you are still trying to determine the model of the housing commissioner. Has that not already been done?
No, what we have done through the chair is we've hired a consultant to work with us and to work with the federal government. As you know, they have a housing commissioner function there as well, which is evolving. And they are gathering information on what is the best way to approach the goal of the housing commissioner position. And that work is still underway. I expect we'll get a report very likely before council term ends. And there will be, I imagine, some options that will be presented and costs to go with those options. So we're getting to the point where we'll be able to make an informed decision. We're just not there right at this very minute. So to assume an outcome and put it in the budget, I think is would be premature until we've had such time to see what the consultant is saying.
Thank you, Councillor.
Much.
Councillor Layton, I think you're next.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't mean to put our city manager on the spot, but just to continue on this point, I think one of the frustrations that I heard in Councillor Perk's voice was it doesn't appear anywhere. And so where in the past we get a funded and unfunded, we rely on that. Like, believe it or not, we don't have a tally on our wall at home or in the office saying this is what we asked for at that June council meeting. If we did, we may actually stop asking for stuff if we recognized how many reports we were asking for. So we appreciate the information coming back to us presented in such a way that it's easy to digest and to understand. Okay, well, here was the trade-off. And like there are examples of that in some of the budgets before us today. Why was it that it didn't appear as an unfunded program?
Are we talking still about the housing commissioner?
Yes, the housing commissioner specifically.
Well, again, I mean, hopefully my clear answer is that we haven't landed on a way forward, a precise way in which to do the work. So until we have such a report, yeah, I mean, we'd only be guessing. So I mean that's where we're at right now, and I appreciate the question, but that's basically my response.
So is there another, like, where would I look if I were looking for other unfunded priorities like the housing commissioner that aren't appearing in the budgets? Is there, like, should I look at the list of report requests? That may, I suppose that may be the best place.
Through the chair, I would suspect that would be.
Okay. I'm going to ask one overall question. It's, can anyone tell me for all the divisions, and I'll be trying to ask individually in a moment, but how many full-time annualized FTEs does the current budget reflect? And where I mean to get to is is I understand we're budgeting for the against the actuals, so there may be a couple months here, a couple 6 months there. I'd like to figure out the difference between what the budget says in annualized FTEs and what the overall staff complement numbers are. So is there, can anyone, like I overall, it may be very, very difficult for you to come up with that number, Mr. City Manager. I understand if that's impossible at the moment.
Right, but I understand the question. So if you can, it's something that we've just noted, and we'd be happy to report back with an answer.
Okay, I think that's all my questions for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Any other members want to ask questions? It's just on the overall presentation. We're not going to go into the individual divisions. So, by the way, I just want to mention too, I didn't mention that in the initial remarks, that we will be doing questions of the accountability officers at the end of the day. So I just wanted to let you know this will just be questions only. So I just want to remind everybody that it's part of today's agenda. If you do have questions, and again, it'll be the last item of the day. So, okay, why don't we jump?
Mr. Chair, is Councillor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lai. Yeah, you're right. You did tell me you had questions. I apologize. Over to you.
Yeah, my apologies that I cannot turn on my video.
No worries.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. How would the federal provincial agreement for the $10 a day childcare affect your department in the out years?
Council, just to let you know, we're going to be getting to Children's Services right after this. So that's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we're doing overall, just on the overall presentation.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll get into individual questions on the divisions next, but they actually will answer that first up for you.
Okay. All right, then. No problem, Mr. Chair. Then I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay. So there we go. I guess questions been asked. And Councillor Carroll has also requested we're doing Children's Services. We can give a quick overview of the impact of this $10 a day thing, just to give us a sense of where you're at this point. And then we'll get into the individual questions if there are any. Over to Children's Services.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Oh, Councillor Perk.
I'm sorry. I had one other set of questions on the general presentation.
Okay, apologize. I didn't see you there. Okay. So
no, it's okay.
I'm going back and forth on two screens here, so sometimes I may see somebody, I may not. So I'm just trying to. So if I overlook you, just give me a bit of a nudge. Okay. Sorry, Councillor. Why don't we go back to your other questions?
Thank you. In the presentation, there was a mention that the province has yet to come through with the services or the money for providing supports for affordable housing units that we build. Is there somewhere a list of the things that we have asked for in total and what the status of those are? So we wrote a letter to the minister and he hasn't got back, or we had a meeting with them and they said no, or they told us to wait until October. Is there a list like that somewhere?
Through the chair, I'll start by saying we could probably, from a community and social services perspective, pull that list together for you, but I'm not sure whether Chris has an answer from the broader all-in requests. Some of those requests wouldn't flow through the service area, but I don't have that listed, or it doesn't exist as a here's where you go to see that, but we could certainly bring back the requests that have been made recently from a provincial and federal perspective for our community and social services.
Thank you.
And certainly as an overall, I think we could do the same.
Is that something that would take a long time, or could I just send you an email?
Emails work through the chair.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, why don't we go jump over to Children's Services. Just sort of give a brief sort of overview of where things are at on Children's Services in light of the new $10 a day.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. I'll touch on a couple of the most informative or important points related to Children's Services. So this budget, our 2022 proposed budget, was really developed with a focus on continuing to support COVID response and recovery, maximizing flexibility in provincial funding for childcare operators across the sector, and maximizing flexibility for fee subsidy for our most vulnerable families. We also took into account previous years' experience, given that 2020 and 2021 were also very much COVID impacted. Mandated closures of the childcare and early learning system in the 2020, 2021, and most recently in 2022 have definitely impacted the ability, the sector's ability to recover. The recovery has been prolonged due to the need for continued enhanced health and safety measures, no vaccinations for very young children, and workforce shortages. At present, in the current state, approximately 94% of centers across the sector have reopened, and they're operating at approximately 60% capacity. These reduced service levels are considered to be temporary, with the intent that they will return to their regular operating capacity through the course of recovery. Children's Services continues to leverage flexibility under its provincial funding agreement to repurpose funding to support ongoing recovery of the sector and protect prior investments in growth, workforce supports, and affordabilities for all families, preserving existing service levels. The province has allowed flexibility related to provincial funding in 2020 and 2021 to be able to stabilize the sector, provide additional funding for enhanced health and safety, enhanced staffing, emergency childcare. While the province has not committed to this approach for 2020 or 2022, we continue to advocate for this, and very much so it will continue to be needed. In terms of the year-over-year changes to provincial funding allocations that you might note in our budget, just want to clarify that the provincial contribution adjustments that you see reflect an ending of one-time COVID support funding. Our provincial base funding allocation has remained stable year over year. So when you see that change in provincial funding, it's related to the ending of one-time funding. In terms of the workforce, we really must acknowledge that the sector is struggling. They continue to experience burnout, staff shortages, and that puts pressure on children and families. In 2021, Children's Services worked with our community partners to celebrate and appreciate the workforce. We organized a significant social media-driven campaign to recognize the contributions of the dedicated staff and really the value of staff who provide high-quality early learning and childcare services. And really, in terms of recovery, operators were required to apply for all federal and provincial support programs in order to receive support funding from Children's Services or from the province through Children's Services. And really, this recovery is going to continue to rely on our federal and provincial partners, a whole of government response to ensure that the sector can recover. In terms of the federal early childhood workforce agreement, that is a new and enhanced item in our budget. That was a welcome announcement that really focuses on supporting the workforce. In 2022, Children's Services received $30.65 million in one-time early years workforce funding. The funding has been provided through a Canada-Ontario Early Childhood Workforce Agreement with the federal government. The workforce funding supports retention and recruitment of a high quality and early years workforce. It enhances professional learning and development and will focus on growing the number of qualified staff and attracting an increasingly diverse workforce. Professional learning will strive to embed an anti-racist and anti-colonial lens into ECE practice and programs across the sector. We do have a sector-wide training platform that will be expanded to become a hub for all professional learning resources for the sector. We have engaged with post-secondary institutions to plan a coordinated and cohesive approach to growing and attracting individuals to the workforce. and are working on a workforce strategy to meet the needs, diverse needs of the workforce within Toronto's early learning system. The third piece that I will touch on that I think is obviously important and relevant is the National Childcare Plan. While City Council and the City continues to urge the Province of Ontario and the Government of Canada to sign an agreement, for Ontario, no agreement has been reached yet. The federal National Childcare Plan signals support for building a system of early learning and childcare services that are high quality, not for profit, affordable, inclusive, and accessible to families. The provincial and federal governments have signaled that they are negotiating a plan, but currently there is nothing confirmed for Toronto. Each province has negotiated unique agreements to reflect their individual needs and priorities. The provincial, we just skipped to this. In terms of, I think Councillor Lyhat was going to ask a question about what the impact would be. So obviously a national childcare agreement would lead to major transformation of the system and the sector. And as the service system managers for Toronto, Children's Services would have a key role in the planning, management, implementation of the program. The role of a service system manager locally is to ensure that the needs of Toronto's children and families are considered and addressed. The investment signaled in a national childcare plan aligns very closely with the principles of council-approved growth strategy, which also strives to improve access, affordability, quality, and a strong workforce. In terms of capital, there's been some questions about expansion of spaces. As I said, each province has negotiated individual agreements, so we will wait and see if there is funding available for capital. But in terms of capital, we have a robust capital strategy now. Our capital plan our city capital plan has continued throughout the pandemic with very little disruption. We continue to work with our school board partners and development partners on expansion of childcare outside of the capital plan. And obviously a national childcare agreement for Ontario would provide welcome new investments where we could continue to expand spaces for families. I think that that's the key points that I wanted to touch on in terms of a presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Appreciate that, Shannon. I hope that'll help people. So why don't we go to questions? Are there any questions now out of the presentation? Councillor Carroll, do you have any, or you're good?
I don't know if you wanted to start with outside members first.
Okay, Councillor Wong-Tam. Okay, let's go with Councillor Wong-Tam, then we'll put it in. Apologize.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for that very informative presentation. I want to just ask, with respect to the COVID impacts, I know that you've cited the fact that the staff shortages are quite significant. I'm just curious to know, like, at what point in time will some of these daycares be forced to close? And is that something you can share with us? Is that information that's being shared by the center operators with you?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. Operators are definitely struggling in terms of recruiting and retaining staff. We have heard of sort of temporary closures or service disruptions or potentially reduced service hours where they had staffing shortages. We do have a number of operators that are large agencies, and they work to plan and manage sort of to mitigate that. So in some cases, if they have two small satellite locations, they might combine them into one location to maximize the most efficient use of staff. So it continues. We hear anecdotally, and we have been collecting some information, some data across the sector to help us plan for the workforce strategy. That's part of the engagement with the sector, but it does continue to be a pressure.
And what in this budget addresses that pressure? Like, what are we doing, regardless of what's going to happen with the federal agreement and the province? What are we doing to make sure that we uphold our end?
Right. So in our operating budget, the City of Toronto continues to maintain general operating funding and cost of living increases for operators. So the cost of living increases, our operators primarily use that for increased compensation for staff. We also provide and continue to provide base funding to operators through our general operating funding, stable, predictable base funding. So regardless of fluctuations of vacancies or enrollment, they continue to receive their full base funding, which supports both affordability and compensation.
So many of the service providers, the childcare service providers, are also parents themselves. And if they are impacted by the coronavirus by way of their child is sick, or perhaps the schools closed, as we're seeing, if they cannot go to work, and we have children that may be kept out of the childcare center because parents are scared to sort of bring them forward, is this like beyond what you've just described in terms of the cost of living adjustments that the city will backstop and the operating expense? What do we do about retention and recruitment? Is that something that we have direct influence over?
Through the chair, Councillor Wong-Tam, historically, the Children's Services has not had authority over retention and recruitment across the sector. However, the new workforce agreement specifically is designed to provide new investments where we as a service system manager can take on that role and support the operators, working with the colleges and universities, College of ECE. So that is a new role for us, and it is being fully funded to enable us to do that.
And so what can we expect as council to see as you take on that new role?
I think as council, you'll see, I mean, not sure that you would have a line of sight, but certainly a very much enhanced professional learning strategy. Definitely, we are looking at developing with our community partners and actually working with other regions as well, because we know that childcare workers don't all live in Toronto or work in Toronto. So really a cohesive approach to a workforce strategy that tries to align recruitment attention, tries to streamline it for operators who don't necessarily have HR departments and multiple people. So really trying to set up some systems for them that streamline the hiring, recruitment, and retention.
Thank you. And my final question is, can you give us an update or share with us as much as you can the discussions that are taking place, I guess, between the federal, provincial government? How likely are we going to see an agreement before perhaps the election call?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, the City of Toronto has not been privy to the negotiations between the federal and provincial government. We continue to urge the province to continue with those negotiations. And I remain optimistic that we will get an agreement for Toronto because it's much needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Take it into committee now. I don't see any other questions. We'll do Councillor Carroll, then Councillor Lai after that.
Thanks. And Shanley, thank you for throwing that presentation together this morning. It's hard to read it and separate out the draft. Then Omicron happened, and at some point during the year, I mean, let's be realistic, there's an election. At some point during the year, there will be a deal because it's election year for the province. So it's hard to look at it. But I wonder if I can go back before all that. Where funds are being infused, is it all simply to keep our not-for-profit operator partners and our own city-run centers? Is it all just to keep them afloat in COVID, or are any of the dollars that they're putting in able to go to some of the pillars in our growth strategy, trying to get closer to a living wage for the staff? Working on increasing both subsidized spaces and spaces overall. Is work going on so that as we come out of recovery, we can get back to that strategy, or are we going to have to redraft the strategy?
Thank you, Councillor. So work in terms of supporting our past investments continues, as I said, through our general operating funding. Although centers have reduced capacity, low enrollment, that is stable base funding that regardless of their ups and downs, they can rely on, and that definitely supports salaries. There is a provincial wage enhancement program that provides compensation across the sector based on a cap. That cap was increased this year, so the sector will receive more compensation through the provincial wage program. In terms of spaces and expansion, as I said, our capital program has really continued, with some minor COVID delays, but really continued on track. So that is the expansion that we projected, pre-COVID, and we continue to manage that. In terms of expansion beyond that, the growth strategy was very clear that given the magnitude of the system, it will take new investments from all levels of government to have a significant impact. So, we really look to that national childcare strategy or plan with those new investments. But the good thing is we have a growth strategy that sets out, that really mirrors the same pillars. And so as that funding ideally is received, we can begin to mobilize very quickly on all of the various components.
Okay. But is it likely that the people still working, I know all of these questions are in the context of about 60% enrollment, but is it likely that those people that are still working in the sector, will they get a true cost of living increase, or are they getting a lower than inflation factor based on how you'll be funding?
So we did put in consistently each year, the city has included a cost of living increase in our operating budget, and that goes to the sector to really recognize that their fixed costs. So, and their greatest fixed cost being staff salaries. So that has been included in that. The operators' budgets are, their base costs, their fixed costs, rent, salaries, whatnot. And then there's a whole bunch of COVID-related expenses. Those COVID-related expenses have really been covered through federal, provincial, supports. And the city continues to provide a cost of living increase to recognize those fixed costs that do increase year over year.
Okay. And last question. So we're in this place now because the pandemic has turned into a chronic thing. We now have this chronic under enrollment while parents are at home. But we know coming out of it that as people return to work, we're going to be back to being short of space. Where, I don't know if it's just my ward or everywhere else, but often in the large development applications, they're always, and we'll throw in a childcare. There's going to be a childcare center. Are we in a position with this low enrollment? Are we able to say we would like to have that for a city-run childcare center, or are we relying on our large operators like the Y and such to take those up, and then we just wait and see what the $10 a day fund will allow us to do with partners, or can we look at expanding city-run centers?
Through the chair, in terms of development opportunities, Councillor, we never say no. So, there's changes right now. We do consider those temporary. You're right. As families return to the workforce, employment improves, we expect that demand will gradually, over time, return to pre-pandemic levels. So, in terms of development, we actively continue to work with planning and partners around expansion, because remember, most of those projects also take 2 to 3 years to complete. Yeah. So by the time they're built, we'll be back on track. And then in terms of who operates them, we generally do an expression of interest out to the community operators. In some cases, the city operates them. It really often depends on the community and the capacity.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lai, questions, and then Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Shani, for the information on the $10 a day childcare. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions. Will the additional $31 million of the federal early childhood spending support all forms or all anti-racism efforts, or just the anti-Black racism efforts?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Lai. Yes, the funding will support embedding an anti-racism lens, so generally an anti-racism lens in early learning practice and support the needs of a diverse workforce. And we have been engaging with a number of partners across the sector and community agencies, including operators from, sort of have high Asian communities, and they have been participating in those focus groups, which will inform the professional learning strategy.
Thank you. My next question would be, in the capital plan, there's an investment of about $4.5 million to create more new childcare spaces. How many spaces do you think that will be created with these investments?
To the chair, Councillor, I think the 4.5 million you're talking about is in your ward, if I'm correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, so the two programs, St. Bartholomew will have 49 spaces. St. Barnabas will have 49 spaces, so a total of 98 spaces between the two projects. They are expected to open in 2024, and we'll continue to work with our school board partners, once they're pre-opening, to publicize that to families, to the community, and to support operators to fill those spaces.
2024, well, we still have 2 years to wait. And in terms of publicizing, you're saying that what kind of a communication plan are you publicizing these? Is it in the budget, or because, there's some people who are not very proficient in English, will they be, would they be included?
Thank you. Whenever a new center opens, we have a variety of mechanisms. We use our city website. There's news releases. We contact parents directly who may be on the waiting list for care in the area. But we can also work with local community agency or local counselors to publicize those, in different languages. If there's a need, we're quite happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Layton next.
Thank you very much. This may have come out during Councillor Wong Tam's questioning, but will there be ongoing operating funding to stabilize centers, provide greater flexibility in subsidy eligibility and emergency childcare, which in the past 2 years came from the federal Safe Start funding and other sources?
Through the chair, Councillor, the province did allow that flexibility in 2020 and 2021. They have not committed to providing that enhanced funding or repurposing of funding in 2022. We continue to advocate for that. Although, having said that, in the most recent round of emergency childcare, yes, absolutely, it is fully provincially funded. So we continue to advocate that there's a need. I think it's fairly obvious, given the enrollment, that there is a need, and in order for both the City of Toronto but across the province to protect those spaces and protect those centers, that continued support will need to be in place.
So this may have been connected to Councillor Carroll's questions. What was the rationale for the 1% increase to service providers? We have a 3% inflationary rate and a 1% increase to service providers.
Typically, the cost of living increase fluctuates year over year. A number of the financial uncertainty and the pieces, the vacancies, the enrollment changes, all of that is essentially related to COVID and is being funded through provincial and federal supports. The cost of living increase provides funding for those fixed costs. Typically, it's salaries. So, in terms of a rationale, the city's cost of living increase for salaries was at 1%. So, we applied the same formula to the operators.
How much of the costs associated with childcare centers is based on salaries, and how much is based on other rent or food or supplies?
Approximately 80% of their budgets would be made up of salaries.
So if 80% of their salary is going up 1% based on what the city decides, but 20% is going up greater than 1%, that still results in a, like,
Councillor, we applied the same approach last year, and we had operators, as you know, submit budgets annually. We asked them to put in their full costs, so whether that's salaries, rents, you know, etc., food, we asked them to submit that. We had no difficulty approving the increases that operators required last year based on a 1% cost of living increase, and that may be partially due to lower enrollment, less demand. So we don't anticipate that that will be an issue.
So the provincial contribution for 2022 is predicted to be about 5 million less than 2021 actuals. Is that because of the COVID related funding?
Yes, so any changes you see in the provincial contribution is related to the ending of one-time support funding that was provided. So our year over year, our base allocation has remained stable.
Can you tell me how much money Toronto would need for a 50% reduction in fees for parents, for families, and for full enrollment?
Well, that's $1 million question. Yes, so you know we've obviously in anticipation of a national childcare plan have really been trying to predict or estimate. So you know a very early estimate would be that the City of Toronto would need 300 to 400 million annually, obviously in order to reduce fees to 50%. You know, I want to caution that it's premature for us to you know, estimate when there isn't an agreement. Each agreement has been negotiated differently with provinces and the federal government, some prioritizing, you know, capital, some not, some putting investments into workforce, some not, some putting it all into affordability. So, you know, any estimate that we have is certainly subject to change depending on the details and implementation requirements that would be set out by the province.
So we have the details from the other provinces. Is there, generally speaking, any conclusions that we can make about what we currently contribute to our capital and operating budgets that would be net savings to the City of Toronto as a result of the federal provincial agreement? Did I phrase that correctly?
I think so. To the chair, so you're saying if we had new provincial and federal investments for capital, would we be able to
for capital and operating, based on what the other provinces have secured, how much in savings could we see? Because it should be over and above the 300 to 400 million to get us there. There should be an additional amount to cover current costs that we cover through subsidies and other related costs that were frozen by the province.
So
is there any idea of what that number is?
I might be misunderstanding, but you know, in the other provinces, the funding was 100% federally funded with no cost share requirement. That, you know, the little that I know about each agreement. In the City of Toronto, we do have a cost share requirement. The city continues to fund their 20%. So, I mean, I anticipate the city would continue to contribute their 20%, but there would not be an increased cost share requirement, you know, for us to increase our contribution. It might be voluntary, but I don't expect that we would have to increase that, but we would continue with the investments that we already make.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Just a question on a follow-up by Councillor Carroll about some of the new developments that are coming in. And I have quite a few, and we're asking for daycare out of all of them. And as you said, it takes a few years, you know, before they get their building permit and they build it. But so in the meantime, then what should we be doing? Because, you know, you're right, it does take a few years to build, and then you really don't know as far as the operating costs. Should we continue doing that, or should we be putting the funds then into a reserve fund to continue, and that we can continue building the centers, new centers?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, we should continue to build new centres. If there is operating pressures in the years that those come on or that they open, we would certainly include those in our operating budget. Historically, when the community operates them, the pressure is much less because they collect revenue from parents, which pays for the service. There is often a pressure when, to add new fee subsidies as new programs open, but we certainly would include that in our operating budget in the year that those capital developments were open.
Yeah, but the problem is that we tell the community we're getting a new daycare center or a couple of new daycare centers from this particular development, but then it's years down the road before we even see it.
Unfortunately, Councillor, capital projects do typically take 2 to 3 years. In the meantime, the current state of the sector, with there being low enrollment temporarily, we are certainly supporting families who need childcare. If their ideal choice is not available or it's not built yet, we certainly can work with them to find something either in their community or that meets their needs.
Okay, but some of the funds that we're getting from these new developments that may take years to come, can we not use those funds towards that?
If the development funds?
Yeah.
Well, through the chair, I'm not an expert on development funds, but typically those development funds come to the city for the capital. They don't sit in necessarily in children's services budget until there's an approved project, and then in our budget they would be committed to the capital.
I know, but it's frustrating for me. It takes years sometimes for that to happen. And okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Shanley. Appreciate your time. We're next going to go to economic development and culture. So any questions on economic development and culture? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. In the briefing note, it stated that there were some pre-existing issues that made the space unavailable. I'm talking about cultural space, that made space unavailable for the cultural sector, and that and oftentimes the loss of space was due to development. I'm just very curious because we've been sort of struggling with this for a couple of years now. And Ms. Blackman, can you share with us what specific policies are coming out that will stop that? Because I know that we've moved some motions and we've spoken to it, and this is a concern for all of council, but I can't figure out the tool that will actually prevent that from happening further.
So through the chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Wong-Tam. Certainly when it comes to creative cultural space, we have been looking at a number of different ways to address the loss of space. I think ultimately what we are seeing is that, it is a whole of city kind of initiative. We have to work in partnership with our colleagues in Creatio. We need to work in partnership with our colleagues across the city to be able to come up with ways to address the concerns regarding creative space. So we are working very closely to try to figure out ways for us to be able to address the loss of creative space, but it isn't a kind of a one item solution. There really isn't a silver bullet at this particular point for the creative space losses, but we do see ourselves working together to be able to find solutions. We are also working towards an Office of Creative Space being opened in Arts and Culture Services. However, that is an office that is in development. So we do anticipate that office will probably be fully operational towards the end of 2022, beginning of 2023.
Okay, thank you. In the briefing note, it states that there's place-based community economic development projects that are earmarked for Little Jamaica, Mount Dennis, and Golden Mile, fantastic areas that need support. I'm just curious to know whether or not those projects can be expanded to cover additional areas. And in particular, I'm thinking about Chinatown and the Church and Wellesley Village.
So through the chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Wong-Tam, it is our desire to be able to work in areas like Little Jamaica, to be able to establish a model for how we advance this type of work throughout the city of Toronto. So it is our desire to create programming responses that are applicable across the city. So certainly we can't see any reason why these learnings would not be applicable to the Church and Wellesley area.
Okay, but it's not specifically designed in Church and Wellesley right now. It's
Right,
supposed to carry over.
Yeah, through the chair at this particular point, the design is not particularly yet a tool to Church and Wellesley. You're correct, but the intention is to create a framework that is flexible and that can be applied across the city in a way that actually responds to each of the unique needs of each of the unique neighborhoods of the City of Toronto.
Okay, thank you. And it says that there are some areas in the city that are being studied for cultural district designation. So we're on that topic again. You know I'm very passionate about it. And that funding has been set aside for Little Jamaica in 2022, which I fully support. But I'm just very curious because I know Councillor Layton and Councillor Cressy and myself, we've moved different motions. I've done it with Councillor Ainsley. About cultural districts for Church and Wellesley and Chinatown. And I see that those areas, those two specific neighborhoods that have motions attached to it, seem not to have made it into the actual funding for study. Can you explain to me why that is the case?
So through the chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Wong Tam, the intention is not to leave out any neighborhood through this work. This is really research and proof of concept work that we're beginning to do. And certainly as we are doing our research, we are looking at the different applicable neighborhoods in the City of Toronto that will be really the beneficiaries of the learnings that come through the work. So we do anticipate that every unique neighborhood's needs will be addressed, but that this particular work is foundational and that it will drive the next steps that we're taking to look at the opportunities that are created through cultural district planning.
Okay, thank you. So there's $223,000 that being set aside to create a cultural district study for Little Jamaica. So even though it doesn't specify that it's going to also include Chinatown and Church and Wellesley, is the intention for this consultant to write a report that includes Church and Wellesley, the village, and includes Chinatown? Because it's not clear.
So through the chair and Councillor Wong Tam, thank you for your question. Absolutely, it is our intention through the cultural district planning process to address the other relevant neighborhoods in the City of Toronto and to use this work as foundational. So yes, while it isn't clear, that is our intention. And certainly we have, when we do our report back to council, you will see the clarity there required just to solidify and confirm that our intention is to provide that lens for Chinatown and other neighborhoods in the City of Toronto.
Thank you.
Take it into committee. Questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Just one question. As far as the BIAs, the funding for the facade program, that is still in place, correct?
Sorry, I'm having a moment. Sorry, I just had to check my screen. So through the chair, Councillor Nunziata, yes, the funding is still in place for the facade program.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we haven't cut that funding. I also just want to comment and congratulations to your staff on the work they're doing in Mount Dennis as far as the campus development that we're working on. It's amazing what we've been able to do. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
So through the the chair, excuse me, Councillor Nunziata, thank you for that vote of confidence for the staff. I also would like to join you in thanking the team in EDC, the team in financial planning, and the broader team for all the work that they're doing to get us to this budget. We really appreciate that acknowledgement.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Very much. I'm curious about the funding for the additional funding for Nuit Blanche. Is that neighborhood specific? Is it an expansion citywide?
Through the speaker, Councillor Layton, thank you for your question. The intention is for that money to be basically the beginnings of additional opportunity for us to expand Nuit Blanche across the city. And we often use this money as seed money to be able to help us to encourage other grants and other philanthropic efforts. So our intention is to expand, to your question.
The money allocated to the Toronto Arts Council. So where did the number come from? Is it like a percentage of the existing? Is it just sort of what space we still maybe had left in the budget? Is there a reason for the actual quantum?
So through the speaker, the chair, excuse me, Councillor Layton, with regards to Toronto Arts Council, we have been working very closely with the Toronto Arts Council to make sure that we're advancing our commitments to cultural spending across the city. So we understand that there has been some time in our budgets where there has been gaps in our funding to the Toronto Arts Council. We're trying to get our funding to really to be consistent despite the challenges related to COVID. There is an increase in our efforts this term around as it relates to the previous amount of money just given to TAC, Toronto Arts Council, and we are focusing on equity and trying to make sure that equity is part of our focus going forward. We do know that there is a consistent request for additional funding, but it is our desire to make sure that the funding does have a balance to it, and certainly with the ask of $500,000 or 0.500 million, we do see that this is an increase, and they haven't had an increase since 2020.
So they haven't had an increase since 2020. So the increase of, I guess someone help me with some math here, an increase of 500,000 from 25 million. Is doing it quickly on my phone here. Is 1% a year for 2020, 2021, 2022. So we're looking at an under 1% a year increase over the last 3 years. Do we have a benchmark to the last couple of years have been tough budget years, granted. Do we have a benchmark to compare us to? We used to have $25 per capita. Our budget chief was very adamant that we reach that point, and I would say he was central in us achieving that. What's the next benchmark? Where should we be now? The $25 million number was like so 2010.
So thank you for your question, and through the chair, Councillor Layton. Since 2013, we have been sustaining our investments with the support of the budget chief and the other councillors for the Toronto Arts Council. We have been able to achieve our $25 per capita goal, and we are certainly looking at the ways that the city's expenditures on culture can be ameliorated so that we can exceed the $25 per capita target. While we are looking certainly at the grant program itself, we're also looking at the ways that Artworks TO and other grant programs that we are operating add support to the cultural bottom line. There's a $2 million investment with the Artworks TO grant program, and certainly it is our desire to make sure that we are continuing to look at the ways that other municipalities are funding culture. So certainly the Municipal Benchmarking Network of Canada has provided some guidance for us regarding how we fund and support culture. And it is our desire to make sure that we are really working towards keeping up with the times, to your point.
How do we stack up at that municipal benchmarks rate?
So through the chair, Councillor Layton, certainly at this particular point in comparison, Toronto's investment levels have trailed behind Montreal, and that continues to be the case by about 33%. But they have exceeded the median by about 26%, which is $25.64 per capita. And we are certainly trying to make sure that Toronto is not falling behind the median.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I just want to follow on that because I would hate for people to come out of this without the right idea. The Arts Council getting a grant in the 2020 budget. People think 2020 COVID. Important to remember that was a budget adopted before we had ever had a lockdown. That was a drafted budget in 2019. So we're still on track doing regular increases. Am I right?
Through the chair, Councillor Carroll, yes, we are still on track to do regular increases, and really, we are trying to establish targets that are respectful and respond to not only the challenges related to COVID, but also the new targets that are coming from cultural communities' needs, especially as we come out of COVID.
Right, but important to remember the construct of Arts Council. Well, we get that this is a sector where the people within it have suffered the most. Movie theaters open and close much more than live theaters, for instance. Forget about dance shows altogether, that sort of thing. But that being said, this funding envelope has to go out it goes out on grant bases. It goes out. There has to be a project with a beginning and a middle and an end, and a grant for them to award. So we can't just take a grant program and turn it into a sort of mini CERB. That's why we flatlined it during the time that many of the grants couldn't be applied for. Am I right?
So through the chair, Councillor Carroll, yes, really it is our goal to make sure that tax funding is, keeping up with the commitments we've made at the City of Toronto. Certainly the 2022 investment for TAC at 500,000 represents about 70% of all of our proposed cultural enhancements through this current budget that we're offering. And so we are trying to make sure that, as we develop our policies and our partnerships and we look at creative space, that we use all of our tools to reasonably respond to the needs, understanding that TAC does fund a larger community of cultural creatives who are desperately in need of support.
Right. So I don't think I'll need to move a motion about this down the road. Can we anticipate, because that has been such a radical departure during COVID, can we anticipate that when we start to see stabilization and we really are into recovery rebuild, that because this was such an impacted area, hard to run a grant program, and there's no project to grant, can we expect that we'll probably get a report at ECDEP community development when it's time to sort of re-up that?
So through the chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Carroll, we are working very closely with the communities, not only to consider what future funding looks like, but to also consider what a cultural plan looks like, because we are at the point now where we are well beyond the 10-year mark for our last creative capital gains report. And so this is something that we are beginning to look at. We certainly understand that the community would like to see us move in the direction of establishing a new 10-year plan. So I think the future reports back to committee will come once they are really including some consultation from the public, because there is a desire and there is a necessity for us to be speaking to cultural creatives to be able to think about what the future should look like and to do that collaboratively.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Seeing no more questions, why don't we move on to the next, which is the Housing Secretariat. Questions, outside councillors?
Mr. Chair, I do have some questions for the Housing Secretariat, please.
Okay, just one sec. Just want to see if Councillor Perks or Wong Tam have questions. Appears they don't.
I do. Sorry, I do. But Councillor Lai can go first. I'm just looking for my notes.
Well, we'll go actually with you first, Councillor. We do outside councillors first, so you're up first.
Okay, well then let me just go and swing this in. Sorry about that. Just looking for my notes. Yeah. So thank you. I think I have a question regarding the current housing crisis and the anticipated rate of evictions, the lack of rent control. There's a lot that seems to be going on in this sector. Abby, I know you and your team have been working on nonstop at trying to sort of gap some of these holes. I'm just really nervous that we don't have enough in the budget this year to make a bigger dent in it. And so can you just maybe highlight some of the programs that you anticipate that will produce actual apartments and keys in 2022?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. I mean, you highlight a really big issue facing many Torontonians, especially renters, which is a challenge to find and keep affordable housing. There are many things in the budget which will assist us to do that. We do have a new and enhanced increase of staffing, which will really help us on the policy side and the data as we collect information, for example, about evictions and about rent arrears, and use that to kind of work with our provincial partners on programs and also federal partners on potential programs that will support renters. We also have a substantive investment in our Housing Now program. As you know, that is one of our largest programs to deliver new affordable housing around transit, and we've carried forward money from this year, and we continue to invest in supportive housing, and we're going to be seeing around 800 new homes of supportive housing opening in 2022, and meanwhile we continue to put forward a new 24-month plan for the next few years. So there's several places where we're going to see not just investment in new apartments and those opening, but also making sure that we have a pipeline for future years and do the policy work necessary to try and support our work.
Abby, thank you. You said there are 800 apartments opening this year. Is it 800 supportive housing units? I thought the number was supposed to be 2,000 in order for us to sort of meet that targeted goal.
Yeah, we have a 2,000 unit target for that 24 months. We opened a number this year as well, and we also have the 450 rapid housing support for TCHC, and then the remaining units are funded through our modular housing and also our purchase of acquisition of new buildings as well. So it's a mixture of things, but we're actually due to open just over 2,000 by the end of 2022.
Based on the accumulation of all those things aggregated. Okay, thank you. And do we have the confirmed supportive operating dollars for those 2,000 units anticipated to open by the end of this year?
As indicated through the chair, as indicated through the presentation that Paul Johnson gave earlier, we've seen a commitment of around 15.4 million for 2021, and as yet we don't have a commitment for our 2022 dollars.
So, yes, thank you. So how do we open these the supportive housing units without the provincial dollars? And if it comes to it that the provincial dollars don't arrive in time, but the units are ready and ready for occupancy, is there a contingency that we front those funds, so therefore we can move people out of shelters and respites and hotel shelters into the apartments that they're waiting for? What would that sequencing look like? Plan A, most likely best case scenario. Plan B, what do we do?
Thank you. And through the chair, Plan A really is the one that we're pushing for. It's very important to us that the provincial government step up and recognise the importance of this capital investment and the opportunity it creates for people experiencing homelessness. However, we have had experience the first 200 units, the first 100 units we opened at the end of 2020 and 2021, we didn't have a commitment at that point for provincial dollars, and we worked really collaboratively, proactively with the community housing sector to identify Ministry of Health funding and other funding that they had access to, and then we layered that onto those buildings so that they were able to open. We would anticipate drawing on our relationship with the sector again if necessary, and also the city would have to have a look to see whether we can repurpose any operating funds to support that process. But since the success we had with the sector, enabling them to access maybe Ministry of Health funds or a Ministry of Child and Families funding, then that would be our plan B to try and make sure that we had sufficient operating dollars. But as I've said, that is not our preference. We want to make sure that this is new additional funding for the sector for these operating funds.
Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor Perks.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at page 13 of the budget notes for your department, and I see that, let me just make sure I've got the numbers correct here. In 2021, your department had a budgeted expenditure of $74 million, and this year the planned expenditure is $67 million. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. For 2021, we did an in-year budget adjustment because we were anticipating some additional expenditure on projects like Housing Now and also Open Door. Partly due to COVID issues, some of that expenditure did not come to fruition. And so we're anticipating, I think our 2021 projection is around 45 million on the operating side. And so then we're seeing an increase, we're anticipating an increase for 2022 of around 21.
Over what you actually spent, but not what you budgeted. Yeah. So what you budgeted last year, we're still not doing all of that.
Through the chair, we actually budgeted a lower amount than the 75 million. We did an in-year adjustment because we thought, based on information we had from partners, we would be able to spend. But as we all know, 2021 and continues to be an unpredictable delivery environment, and so we didn't end up delivering.
And we're not planning to deliver all of it this year either.
Because
we budgeted for a smaller amount.
We're trying to use the learnings of operating in this unpredictable environment to make a better assessment of what we think we will spend in 2020.
Okay. Could you tell me what the Strategic Acquisition Fund was established to do?
Thank you. Through the chair, the Strategic Acquisition Fund is money that we've identified for the city to potentially purchase rental housing units. This is money that can support the safeguarding or acquisition of affordable housing that may be lost. And so we've budgeted, I think it's 500 units, if I remember correctly, $12.5 million for 2022. So the city would be able to do a strategic acquisition. That's in our capital, and that supports the work that we do on Mura, which is largely delivered through the.
But so this is, we buy it, we own it.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I noticed that. Oh, sorry. What was the funding source for that? The acquisitions? Is that just city?
You may have to give me a moment to look that up, Councillor. Apologies. I think it's the LAF, is my understanding.
We can maybe put the time on hold.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think it was the source of funds was the LAF.
Okay. And I'm looking at the Appendix 6, which are the future year plans. And I noticed that next year we plan to do about half as much as we're doing this year. And the year after that, half of that, so a quarter of what we're doing this year. Is that just because we don't have long-term funding agreements with other governments?
Through the chair, yes, that's basically correct. And so we've obviously added significant monies to our budget in 2021, and we're pushing to ensure that that happens in future years as well. As you can see, the city's made a significant investment of over $7 billion, and we're looking to use that money. Our commitment through this budget leverages the investment from other governments. It just doesn't tend to come through a budget process as we would like.
Okay. And I'm looking now at the reserves, particularly the city funded reserves. So the DC reserve and the capital revolving reserve fund. And I noticed in both cases that, well, the first, it's, we're going to spend almost 2/3 of the balance, and we have no real plan to bring it back up. And similarly with the DCs, we spend about half and it doesn't really come back up. So there's no plan to replenish. We're just going to cut the, spend 2/3 or a half of those reserves, and there's no plan to replenish them.
Through the chair, I think it's important to note for this particular budget and our capital plan that we've made an attempt in this budget to fully fund Housing Now and the 21 sites that we have coming online. And so we're really using that money to make sure that the city's investment is secured. We feel that that is the best way to then leverage our investment to get the necessary federal and provincial capital dollars. So I
understand what you're doing. I'm asking specifically about, is there a plan to ever replenish that from any other source, or are we just burning it up now? Because you and I both know that like the affordable housing funding isn't finished this year.
No, for sure. I think it's fair to say that we're almost fully committing the funds that we see are available to us so that we can better leverage other levels of government.
I'm asking about plans to replenish it. Are there plans to replenish it from any source?
Through the chair, I may defer some of that question to the Chief Financial Officer or.
Thank you.
That'll be last question.
Thank you.
Heather, can you answer that if you're there?
Hi, Councillor. So if your question is with regards to the DC reserve, the plan to replenish it, just want to clarify that's your questions or per.
So no, the DC reserves is one example. I looked actually at all the reserves in the affordable housing budget, and every single one of them is being substantially drained. And if you look at the out years, they're not being replenished by 20 in any year. I mean, they come back up a little bit, but they never get back to where they are now. So I just want to confirm my understanding from reading Appendix 10 that this year we're really, really draining the affordable housing reserves, and we don't have a plan over the next 10 years to replenish them to the level they're at now. I understand that correctly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Steve Conforti, who is intimately familiar with the reserves and the capital plan, I'm going to ask him to answer. So, but thank you for clarifying it.
Through the chair. Hi, Councillor. And as Abby had mentioned, there was a concentrated effort that was undertaken this year, specifically on the DCs, where we were looking at our continuity schedule and ensuring we were leveraging available DC funding to be able to apply towards our capital plan to bring forward specifically the Housing Now work, and as one means to be able to ensure that that program is fully funded. Beyond that, there wasn't necessarily any additional draws from the existing reserves. What we do look at is not that there wasn't draws, there wasn't any incremental changes. What we do, however, is we look at the continuities over the 10-year period, and we'll look at what the plan is consistent with our capital program. We'll also look at that continuity to ensure if we have a situation where we feel we don't have adequate funds, there's different approaches that we take to look at opportunities to top up those reserves. So in a pre-pandemic environment, we might look at some of our surplus, or we look at other sources that we might have to be able to move on the capital needs. But part of the plan is ensuring that first and foremost, we're leveraging fully the DCs that we have available. And that second, where we do believe there's a risk on the DC, while it might not be reflected as a contribution 5 or 6 years out, that we are monitoring that on an annual basis, ensuring that there's adequacy within those reserves to be able to ensure we can deliver on the approved capital program.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Councillor. Next, we'll take it into committee, I think.
Councillor Lai here.
Councillor Lai, yep, you're next.
Yep. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions here. Housing TO plan is targeting 40,000 new units over 10 years. And with inclusionary zoning in place, do we have any target for affordable home ownership?
Through the chair, we're targeting around 400 units a year of affordable home ownership.
400.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And just follow up on that one, 400 is quite a small number comparing to 40,000. I mean, 40,000 is 4,000, right, per year. So just about 10% of the affordable, the other kind of housing that we're doing here for affordable housing. Has there been any thought in giving some trending products in the market, saying life lease? Let's say, you know, they're very life lease is one product that has been trending for seniors, and is lower than market rate, so it's more affordable for seniors to go. Has there been any thoughts given to including life lease as a affordable home ownership in a way that we can actually quantify? If that's the case, I think it's very easy that you meet the 400 unit per year. Has there been any thought in that?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. We are always on the lookout for new programs or ways that we can get investment from the community housing sector or the private sector into affordable housing. And so I think over the next few years, with the increased investment in our policy team, we'll be able to perhaps work on, or with other levels of government, if there's an interest in creating new programs for affordable home ownership. For now, though, the staff team in 2021, we delivered around 155 units. That's leveraging, investment from the provincial government and from the city as well, of around 90K per unit. But we're certainly looking for other ways to encourage affordable housing, including affordable home ownership.
Yeah, my next question would be the municipal LTT. Has there been any thought in maybe revising the threshold? I think for the first-time home buyer rebate from, it's 400,000. I think average price in Toronto is way above that. And the reason I'm asking that question is because the rental market is all about supply. If we would move up the renters into some of these, to give them some incentive to move them up to home ownership, I think it'll ease out the rental rate. It will increase the rental vacancy rate so that more people can be able to afford to do those rentals. And I'm just wondering whether are there any plan in maybe revising the MLTT threshold for first-time home buyers just to ease the supply? Because I got asked from a lot of my residents saying that the federal governments are doing some measures and we can't give any money. City has no money to give them, but we can set up policy to do that. Has there been any thought on that one?
Thanks, Councillor Lai, and through the chair, I think it's important that we also support renters directly. I mean, it is possible sometimes to support renters into home ownership, but as we've seen, that gap between what renters can afford and the current home ownership market has been really increasing steadily over the last decade. Policy work in this area is certainly something that we can continue to refine, but at this one, the majority of our investments are going directly into the creation of new rental housing, so that we can create some stability for residents.
Okay, my last question would be the 27 million received in support funding last year from the province, and the request for this year is 48 million. How big will this number grow to?
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, the number requested this year is actually around 27.6 million, if I remember correctly. By the end of this year, we will have 2,000 units. So in 2023, that number will grow to the 48 million. If we continue to add new supportive housing supply, which we intend to, we have a target of 18,000. And as the Deputy City Manager mentioned in his presentation this morning, we're trying to put all governments on notice of the importance of the investment to get us to that target. Then the amount of support dollars that we will need will grow concurrently alongside that increased capital investment. So $48 million will what we will need each year to maintain what we're currently producing. But as we've stated clearly, we intend to produce a lot more in the forthcoming years.
Just to elaborate on that one. So if the province is not supporting us moving forward, what is the city doing in terms of budget internally to cover these growing operating costs?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. I think it's important that, all the way along, when we first produced the Housing TO plan, it's a $27.7 billion plan. And we were really clear that the plan was ambitious, but that it could not be delivered with just the City of Toronto's investments. And so we've maintained that position. We try to identify it in the budget. We've tried to secure the necessary city investments and ensure that the message is clear to the other levels of government that our investment is going in order to leverage their necessary investment. This is a whole of government approach and also a whole of community approach that's necessary to deliver on this plan.
Thank you, Abby, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Nunziata. Oh, actually, Councillor Layton, did you have questions? Or okay, let's do Nunziata then Layton. Sorry.
I'm quick. I just have one question. Abby, do you have a list of all the applications that have come in for affordable and supportive housing that has not yet been processed through the planning process?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, we do keep an ongoing kind of list, if you like, of the projects that we're aware of. Sometimes they come directly to us, sometimes they come through councillor's office, and sometimes they come through the planning route first. And so we do try to reconcile a list and have a complete list, yes.
Okay, so you have that, but you don't have the numbers now in front of you. But we're looking.
We have about 19,000 units currently in some form of development. So whether that's just starting out down the road towards development or under construction. And we actually, when we came to council in November, as part of our annual update, we try to provide information during that annual update of what's kind of in development. But we have about 19,000 units right now in total.
No, I'm not talking about the ones that are in development. I'm talking about the ones where there's been applications submitted into the planning, which hasn't been processed, and they're proposing affordable and supportive housing in these projects, but has not gone through the process, the planning process. We don't have a list of those, right?
We do, for the ones that we're aware of, yes, we do. And so if there are, through the chair, if you want me to kind of circle back with you and go through the ones that may be in your ward, we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Just returning to the line of questions that Councillor Lai was on. The budget has 27 million prorated for 2022 and 48 for 2023. Is there any idea what the how that annualization works? When will units start to come online in 2022?
Yes, through the chair. So we have about another 350 units anticipated in the spring and an additional 600 units by the summer. So we've tried to do the pro rata based on the opening dates. And also the province's budget runs from March to March, so it's slightly out of sync with our own, but we've tried to anticipate what are the operating dollars that we need. And we've recently communicated with the provincial government about those numbers and that pro rata based on what we expect to open this year.
So that's 950 this year?
I believe that also includes some of the TCHC rapid housing units as well. Yes, but we're anticipating, let me just get my numbers up here. It is, by the spring, we're anticipating 397. By the summer, additional 680. So by the end of 2022, that's 1,475. In total, including the ones that we opened. So estimated to be delivered in 2022 is 1,400. And in 2021, we opened 561 homes.
Okay.
And that's only the supportive homes. That's really related to that 24-month COVID response plan.
Okay, so let's get to the new affordable housing that's outlined on page 6. So our target for 2021 was 1,680.
Correct.
And we built 1,070, correct?
That's right, yes.
I'm wondering, did we identify what some of those challenges were with achieving, like that's about a 30%, 40% shy of the target. Did we identify what the challenges were, and is there a way to make up this gap by exceeding our 2022 numbers?
Through the chair, yes. I mean, I think we're, as many departments are and many partners are, in a significant period of unpredictability. We've definitely, ourselves and our partners, been challenged to maintain that momentum around delivery, but it's something that we're hoping to pick up momentum in 2022. Certainly, we're carrying forward that expenditure necessary to support the partners to do that, whilst all the time, adding more supply that's coming in future years. So we've seen real issues around labor, materials, general supply chain issues, and we've seen that in all in the whole construction industry, and that's certainly something that's been affecting our partners and ourselves as well.
Is there the Mura funding is very exciting. Is there, and I imagine there's going to be a lot of draws on it. What would it take to expand this program to meet the demand that we've seen and funding into the future?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. So one of the exciting things about Mura is that it's the city making an investment directly in the community housing sector to purchase and acquire those affordable housing units that are so important. We've seen in the federal housing platform that they're indicating a potential future acquisition fund. So it's very exciting to us that our own investment may leverage funding from other levels of government, particularly the federal government, who are also now interested in supporting acquisition of additional affordable housing units. So that would be that is our current strategy. We've been talking to CMHC and other partners, letting them know that we have this Mura program coming, and encouraging them to think about how we can kind of mutually invest, how we can, expand our money by adding theirs to that bucket, to this program in Toronto.
I'll just ask that my last question, have us all reflect on the chart on page 19 that shows the city's commitment to our capital fund for affordable housing to be 84 million, the federal government's commitment 16 million, and the provincial government's commitment 0.3% of our housing budget. Let's just reflect on that for 5 seconds and call it my last question.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no questions from anyone else, why don't we jump over to Toronto Employment and Social Services. Tess. Councillor, any questions outside councillors? Seeing none. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So it's just a couple of quick questions around Tess. The budgets were drafted a while ago, but what's anticipated here is a return to a caseload of probably 91,000. Is that still a reliable estimate, or are we, because we're having another lockdown and some pretty fast growing inflation, are we looking at a higher caseload?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Carroll. So those are estimates that we've worked on, and we still feel that those are accurate with the information that we have right now. They were certainly have been historically lower as a result of a lot of the federal benefits over the last 22 months. Those programs have essentially ended for the majority of individuals. So we are seeing our caseloads increase, and those are our projections at this time, correct?
Okay, so in terms of the what you're looking at then is I read in the note there's some hiring going on, because you got to if we're going back up to the 91, then you've got to get the caseworkers in. So what you're working on is ending up at back to the ratio of 10.5 caseworkers per 1,000 cases. So each person has roughly 100 cases. Where are we at right now in terms, because I know that hiring is going to be a challenge. It gets sometimes bogged down in process and delayed. How many cases per caseworker today is a snapshot?
So through the chair, thanks, Councillor Carroll. So I'll provide you with two pieces of information. Our ratios have not changed because our caseload has gone down. So we've been able to maintain the ratios that we have. In terms of hiring, we've already initiated our hiring practices. We had anticipated bringing staff on board earlier in 2021 as part of our approved 2021 budget. But as the federal programs extended, we strategically delayed those hires. We've already done the initial intake. We're doing interviews now for those new caseworkers, and they'll be onboarded through the first 8 or 9 months of 2022.
Okay, and when we say that's the ratio, that's the ratio now, and as it grows, we've got people coming in. Does that include any gapping, or those people are really in situ?
Those will be full-time individuals that we'll be bringing on board, Councillor Carroll.
Right, but today, are they all there today? Is that service ratio there, or do we have gaps within that ratio?
So through the chair, Councillor Carroll, we would have some strategic gaps to a small extent, because obviously we've invested in making sure we have sufficient resources to deal with new inquiries and new applications that are coming in as part of resurgent post some of those federal programs. So we have redirected some of our resources on an interim basis to support new applicants, and sometimes perhaps some first-time individuals ever applying for social assistance.
Right,
I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Seeing no other questions on tests. Next is Toronto Paramedic Service. I'm just curious, is Chief, sorry, do you have questions?
Councillor Crawford, it's Councillor Wong-Tam. I did try to get your attention before.
Okay. Okay, apologize, Council. Okay, go ahead.
No problems. Mr. Azouz, just before you dash away, I have one question regarding the Housing Stabilization Fund. How do you allocate the funding between rents, perhaps moving expenses, and furnishing expenses? Does that all come out of the Housing Stabilization Fund? And is there enough money, given what we're currently seeing in the housing, the loss of housing conditions right now?
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Wong-Tam. So yes, we do believe we have sufficient funds. We have extended the application and utilization of those housing stabilization funds so that people can access it more frequently as a result of perhaps some situations. But we are confident that we're able to manage the request, and we continue to work with our clients to try to stabilize them where they're at, as opposed to having them have to move and recommence those needs for new housing situations. But we do work with our clients individually and try to proactively maintain their current housing, and as needed, absolutely use our housing stabilization funds.
And the first part of my question is that does the fund capture the moving expense, the furnishing expense, as well as the rents?
Through the chair, yes, it does. Apologies.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, I think next is Toronto Paramedics. I believe, just want to confirm that Chief Raptis is with us. No, he's at the press
I'm here, Mr. Budget Chair.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go on to Toronto Paramedic Services. Do we have questions? Councillor Wong-Tam to start.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Chief Raptis, and even for your time on the phone over the weekend. I appreciate the openness to answer all the questions. I've got a few more. I'm curious about the emergency service around paramedics. Can you just confirm for all of us which piece of legislation governs the service?
That would be the Ambulance Act, the Provincial Ambulance Act.
And does it set out service levels within the Act? Service levels to be met, time response expectations?
Not specifically in terms of timed responses. No, it doesn't.
Who establishes that, or what body establishes that?
Really, the city would establish those service levels.
The city on its own? Do we compare it to other jurisdictions?
Yeah, so we do set forward service standards, and we look at industry best practices to do that. And so we report to the ministry what those service standards would be as identified by the city.
And so what parameters would you use to calculate an anticipated response time? And I guess I'll break it down to basic vehicles, ambulances, and those advanced life-saving ambulances.
Yeah, so there is not a breakdown of the number of ambulances by either primary care paramedics or advanced care paramedics. We would set that standard ourselves. There is a time standard that we set for a variety of calls that are triaged through our dispatch center.
And where can I get that information? The city of Toronto's established response times.
So I'd be happy to share those with you. No problem.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful.
Of course.
Although I don't have those response times, I'm just curious to know how often is the City of Toronto, or Toronto paramedics, I should say, meeting those response times?
So through the chair, in terms of the response times, there's a variety of them, and they would be, in terms of meeting those, there's certain percentages, and I can get those. I don't have them directly in front of you or in front of me. But in terms of the response times to higher priority calls, there is an industry standard of 8 minutes and 59 seconds, 90% of the time. That was set many, many years ago. The city has never met that standard, and frankly, I think most paramedic services around the world don't meet that particular standard. We're in about the 12-minute mark at the 90th percentile.
Thank you. And just out of curiosity, how many calls are actually high priority calls versus how many that are perhaps just low priority or medium priority?
So it's approximately 40% of our 320,000 emergency calls that we would put into a high priority basis. And then the other 60% are broken out in three other categories generally.
Thank you. And pre-COVID conditions, recognizing that you weren't necessarily meeting that eight minute mark or 9 minute mark, were you meeting those 40% out of the 300,000 high priority calls within 12 minutes? Is that fair to say that pre-pandemic you would have hit the 12-minute mark?
So for the lower priority calls, there's a variety of response times that those are broken out that are longer than the 12-minute mark. So the low priority calls we do extend, and there's even some of our lowest priority calls that would have 30 and 60-minute response times as well for the very lowest priority calls.
In the 2019 report regarding multi-year staffing, it was referenced in the budget note. Are you on track to meeting those targets, and do those targets need to change given what seems to be a higher level of paramedic staff leaving the service either through early retirement or perhaps burnout, or being recruited by another service? And when will we meet that target?
It's your last question.
Yes, understood.
So in terms of those, in terms of meeting the target, we have been working towards reducing those response times for a number of years. In the last couple of years, the response times have increased. And this is primarily driven by the growing and aging population, and as such, the multi-year staffing plan that was approved by council is looking to address that. So that's one piece. We're in the third year, and there's a couple more years to go, so we're really happy with that. In terms of the attrition rate, no question that we have seen a higher than normal attrition rate this past year. As has just about every other service. We are seeing people move to smaller communities. Of course, we do have retirements and those things. So with this particular budget ask, we're looking to increase the number of paramedics and also ensure that we hire against all of our attrition and our retirements as we go into 2022. So the plan would be to have four classes of paramedics in 2022 to bring those numbers back up. And we've started the recruitment process just recently to get ready for that, for the attrition and the retirements. And then if this is passed, for this increase as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. A number of paramedics have told me that a large part of the reason that we're experiencing so much attrition is that we increasingly, or to a very large extent, rely on part-time, and people come and work here part-time, even though they're working, full shifts over the week. But because they are told, no, you're going to be part-time. When a full-time job with benefits opens up somewhere else, they leave. Is that what's happening?
Thanks, Councillor Perks. I wouldn't say that. So part-time is used in just about every EMS service to cover off shifts that we're not able to cover with full-time staffing. We have about 15% of our workforce is part-time, so we actually have one of the lower percentages in terms of the number of part-time relative to full-time staff. We're continuously working with our union partners and our staff to make sure that we have that right mix. So we're certainly committed to having the vast majority of our staff full-time with a small percentage part-time to help really keep the number of ambulances up on the street and in those tough to fill shifts.
How many of our part-timers are working 5 days a week? Or even 4 days, 5 days a week? How many of them are working 5 days a week?
So right now, during this time of year, they provide availability for 12 shifts out of 20 in our cycle. And so that would be about 60% of the time. And then during peak times during the summer, it's up to 18 shifts out of 20.
And
that
so
would
that's
be,
the whole
that would be
15% is working like that?
I'm sorry?
The whole 15% is working like that?
Yes, absolutely. And that would be sort of a standard approach across the industry.
Okay. So we don't have members of the part-time cohort who are working. Now, when you say 20 shifts, that's over 4 weeks, or is that over 3 weeks?
That's a 6-week cycle.
A 6-week cycle. Okay.
Yeah, we operate on a 6-week cycle.
Right. And the full-timers work 20 of 20 shifts or
That's correct. There's a 20 shift cycle over those 6 weeks.
Okay. How many part-timers are ever working the full 20 shifts?
If they would like to work the full 20 shifts, we do allow them to do that.
I'm asking how many do.
You know what? I'd have to look into that, Councillor. Some want to work more. This would be their only job, and some people like to work, the minimum, and they would.
If I send you a note asking, you could dig that out for me.
Yeah, we'll certainly have a look and see what we can get for you. Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
No problem.
The other thing I was curious about, some years ago, we went to a system, I forget what you called it, where ambulances didn't return to the station between calls, but they were supposed to always be in motion. I forget what that's called.
Oh, that was back in the 90s. System status management, I think, was the old term for that.
Yeah. So we're still doing that?
No. That ended years ago. I mean, it is very busy right now with the hospital situation, and there's no question that we are having challenges getting crews out of the hospitals and back to the stations.
No, I wasn't asking about that. I'm asking, is it our practice at the City of Toronto to keep the crews constantly in motion, no scheduled breaks at a station or other location? Lunch break, dinner break, whatever.
It's not the intention to be in system status management, no.
But we are.
There are certainly lots of days where it's exceptionally busy out there. No question about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Oh, final question. I got 30 seconds left. What percentage of our crews are being asked when they show up to work an hour or 2 or 3 or 4 beyond their regular shift?
So we regularly ask crews, like on days like yesterday, or where there's pressures in the hospital system, if they would like to stay for overtime. That is a voluntary thing. That does happen regularly.
Regularly. Okay. Thank you.
Some crews take us up on that, and some don't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Taken into committee, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Just following up on the full-time part-time ratio. How has it been impacted during the pandemic? And specifically, I'm curious to know what proportion of full-time versus part-time are registering or are missing shifts due to illness?
I would have to look into that, Counselor. I don't think that there's a huge discrepancy there, to be honest with you. That's not something that has come up as that someone's brought to my attention that it's different for either group.
Is it safe to say we're relying on part-time more to fill vacancies for full-time, or?
I don't think so. I think that, again, from an industry point of view, I think Toronto has one of the smaller percentages of part-time staff. So, you know, I think that we do use part-time staff to fill those shifts that go unfilled, as would every other EMS service.
Okay. There's with WSIB costs increasing, are there strategies being put in place to address this?
Yes, absolutely. And that is something that we're concerned about. So number one, the staffing plan, bringing on more paramedics, and City Council has approved that staffing plan, which is fantastic. We do have a comprehensive employee support program, including psychological health and wellness program with a peer resource team, on-site staff psychologists and other mental health supports. During COVID, we've opened up a staff support center so that there's a number of resources there completely related to COVID to connect in with staff, including testing, vaccinations, potential exposures, those types of things, and also the city's employee assistance program. So we're working with our colleagues in fire and police as well to look at all of those best practices to see how we can provide more supports to our team.
Just finally, in the equity statement, it talks about the budget, the proposed increase will have a positive impact, particularly on vulnerable seniors who are one of the primary groups accessing these services. Is that just because the volume or the number of paramedics will be higher, therefore we'll have faster response times?
Yeah, I mean, we serve so many seniors, vulnerable seniors throughout the year. You know, it will be well over 40% of our calls would be related to the elderly. So really, we're doing a lot of work to support that population, and that's why it was identified in there. And just to your earlier point, I do want to recognize that our paramedics, our dispatchers, support staff, they've done an amazing job through COVID-19. It's been an exceptionally challenging time for them, and absolutely appreciate all the support and the additional work towards bringing in new paramedics and building the service and the support.
Just one quick follow-up to that. So like a particular group of seniors that's particularly vulnerable is seniors where English isn't their first language. Is there anything that the paramedic services are being done to ensure that in particular that group of seniors have better access as well as better service? Because like you're talking to people in their time of need, these are individuals that English might not be their first language. Is there something that's being done for those vulnerable seniors through paramedics?
Absolutely. So we have access to language line in the communication center. So we have almost instant access or within a very short period of time to 170 different languages. So either on the 911 side, the paramedics responding can utilize language line through the control center to help with that. And or through our community paramedicine program, where our community paramedics are doing home visits, wellness clinics at TCHC buildings, home vaccinations, those types of things. If they had to, they could access that language line to close that language barrier.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Thanks very much.
Councillor, any other questions from members at all? Okay, seeing that we have about 7 minutes left, so we could do, next will be Parks, Forestry and Recreation. We can maybe do one question, and then when we get back from lunch, we're going to do a presentation from Public Health. They've requested a timing of that, so why don't we just we'll quickly see if we can just get one question for Parks and Forestry and Recreation from visiting councillors. And if not, we can jump right to councillors. Why don't we go Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in previous years, we see some of the playgrounds in state of good repair and all of those, and we can pull out those specific things. So I'm just wondering, when would we see that information and when would that be available to us?
So through the chair, to you, Councillor McKelvey, you're asking for the word by word specific list of capital projects, I'm assuming. And I believe the process has generally been, and Marie can correct me if I'm wrong, but once the budget is through council, we then set up meetings with all the councillors to go through all of the very specific things in a 10-year capital plan specific to their wards.
Okay. And then, because some of the bigger things like, the Northeast Scarborough Community Center, it's a line item, but it's, these smaller projects that I think many of us are tracking, and people are spending more time outdoors in their parks, so they're noticing these things.
That's correct, Councillor. And I would just add that in some cases we have, large programs that encompass a lot of small programs, if that makes sense. So as an example, I know there's a lot of interest in the playground program, which would be a few $1 million or more than that. And then the specific work of splitting it up project by project is a little bit more detailed than we provide in the actual budget documents that you see before you. But you will see the big projects, that's correct.
Okay, and I'm going to ask for, just as a heads up to you, a briefing note on cricket and skating in particular. Again, those are all those outdoor activities people are more interested than ever, but we can get more details in a briefing note. But, at a high level, are we looking at additional investments in those areas going forward?
Sorry, the first one was cricket, through the chair. So we're currently working on a cricket strategy as we were directed by council, as was also recommended through the facilities master plan. Cricket is one of the areas that we know we've identified really requires many, many more resources. We hear it's, and from what we know from the cricket user group that we've been liaising with, is one of the fastest growing sports in the GTA and especially in Toronto. As you likely know, we're addressing it in some of our indoor facilities and are constantly on the search for outdoor facilities that can accommodate new cricket fields, and we'll be bringing forward that strategy to council in the next term of council, I believe. With specifically what's required?
Yeah, in terms of capital too, in the capital proposal, like we can get those details in the budget note, and then likewise ICE, I'll be asking for that one. So
yeah,
just more of a...
we have all that information. Happy to report out in a briefing note with a little bit more information that's specific.
Okay, and then do I squeeze one more in, Councillor Crawford? Or...
Hey, you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay, and I talk fast. The other is Ravines, ICIP. What is the status of that funding and the status of the natural infrastructure funding? Those two programs, which I also have a briefing note, but just at a high level, where are we at in terms of dollars actually flowing to us?
Right. So through you, Mr. Chair, as you know, Councillor McKelvey has been very involved with us in applying for these grants. We have a number of grant applications in right now under a number of different funding streams. So we currently have $6.2 million approved under the first funding stream, and then have a number of different requests in under the others that total about $50 million. Some in process, some to come as the programs are announced. And as those funding streams become available and confirmation of that funding and the city's contribution is required, we'll certainly be reporting back out on the specifics of that. But the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, as an example, we've confirmed $6.2 million under that program, which is 100% funded both through the federal government and the provincial government. The Natural Infrastructure Program, a little bit different, but we will be submitting $33 million of funding into that program. And then another sum of money, $11.4 million going into the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. All of those programs have different closure dates, different delivery dates, and some are yet to be announced around some of the criteria, but we're certainly ready to go as the Ravine strategy capital envelope remains largely unfunded.
Okay, and then so you have a long capital list I can see in there for work in the ravines this year. So you're good for really this year, next year. It's about kind of the beyond that horizon that we need to now be working towards getting ready for.
Through the chair, that's correct. We continue to advance our regular capital program in the ravine, which is connected directly into the ravine strategy as well. So some of those programs will continue as part of our regular capital program. There are a number of programs that were identified within the Ravine strategy that aren't part of our regular capital program, which will be addressed through the external funding request.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're going to recess till 1:30. Again, just a reminder, we'll start at 1:30 with a presentation from Toronto Public Health. And then we'll go back to our regularly scheduled divisions. Have a good lunch.
Who is the Director of Finance and Administration at Toronto Public Health. She will take us through the presentation that we have for you today, and then together we will address any questions that members of the committee may have. So with that, why don't I turn it over to my colleague Althea with thanks to her and her team for the efforts to get this budget presentation together and present it to you. Mr. Chair, I'm going to assume my colleague is having some challenges, and I think we should expect a presentation to come up on the screen. So let me see what I can do on this end.
Sure, sounds good.
Sorry, my apologies. I had everybody on mute. I will share the presentation right now. Right. Again, my apologies for the delay. So what we have in front of us here today is the Toronto Public Health 2020 budget presentation. So I will be walking us through the deck, and then of course we will be open to any questions from the committee. So just moving forward, so Toronto Public Health has three stated public health outcomes, which has not changed over the course of time, and it's outlaid for you here. It's basically looking at preventing or dealing with the prevalence of chronic disease in order to reduce the spread of communicable infectious diseases in Toronto, and also to prevent these chronic diseases in a timely and controlled manner, and be able to respond in be responsive and also be equitable in our responses. In addition, we're also very concerned about Torontarians adopting, more healthy behaviors in order to achieve positive health outcomes. And finally, also about reducing barriers and inequities that inhibit Torontarians from actually achieving that state of active living as well as well-being. In terms of the services we provide, we've divided up our services into 6 categories. There's one that's centered around family health, and that has a good example of that would be our dental program. Another one about chronic disease and injury prevention. There, we are focusing on individuals recognizing. A good one would be our diabetes prevention program. In terms of emergency preparedness, nothing like today and this current situation that we're involved in actually speaks to this, other than, COVID has certainly been an example of having to be prepared and being able to respond to emergencies. Infectious diseases, that one, of course, is not just around right now, again, the situation that we're dealing with COVID-19, but also other infectious diseases that exist within our population. We also have public health foundations, and what that looks to is the sort of policy work that we do in terms of supporting positive health outcomes for the general population, as well as looking at trends, what's emerging out there in terms of health, and preparing ourselves and our populations
to be able to respond to those emerging situations. And finally, we have environmental health, one that I think many people will be much more familiar with. And of course, it's exemplified through the Dine Safe signs that you will see at locations for food establishments, as well as for personal care settings. In terms of priority actions for this particular budget that we're looking in front of us, we basically have three things. And no surprise, it's very colored by the situation that we are in today, dealing with COVID-19. So our very first one is just continuing to respond to the pandemic. And of course, our key objectives have not changed since last year. It's been consistent about preventing the loss of life, preserving the capacity of the healthcare system, and finally minimizing the social and economic impacts of the pandemic. We're also, as you are no doubt aware, very keenly involved in the immunization programs, not only delivered by Toronto Public Health, but also in partner with our partners here within the city. And finally, this is new for us, and it's something that I think is being felt throughout, not just the healthcare setting, but definitely throughout the world. It's basically COVID workplace fatigue. It certainly is being felt in a very prevalent way here at Toronto Public Health, given how long we have been in this heightened sense of an emergency response. In terms of the budget itself, you'll note here that our budget this year is somewhat comparable to the budget that we had last year. It is different from the projection. And the reason why it's different in terms of what we projected for 2021 versus what we have in the budget for 2022, it comes down to one item, and that's basically the mass immunization clinics. In 2022, in our budget at this point, we did not budget for mass immunization clinics because going into the budget season, we weren't quite sure how the immunization would play out. And very similar to what we did in 2021, we fully intend to continue on with our immunization efforts and supporting that. And we also have assurances from our funder, that being the Ministry of Health, that those efforts will be funded at 100%. We also have our capital plan outlaid here. In terms of the capital plan, Toronto Public Health does not have a significant capital plan budget. We have found over the course of COVID, what we've had to do is that we have looked at our capital plan projects and we have scaled back significantly. In previous years prior to COVID-19, we're looking at just running a few programs that are really achievable for us, given the redeployment of staff and the lack of subject matter experts available to us to support the rollout of some of our capital projects. In terms of key risks and challenges, here it's the same. We're talking about the key risks from last year. And very similar to what we're experiencing this year, they are the same, more or less. The impact in terms of COVID-19 and the recovery, when we thought there was an opportunity for there to be recovery last year. And we did see, some good signs during the course of the summer, and we were optimistic, but unfortunately we find ourselves in the situation that we are with the Omicron variants. So again, we continue to react to COVID-19. I had already mentioned COVID workplace fatigue as being a key risk. And that, of course, it started emerging last year for us. We noticed, a strong display within our staff showing sort of mental fatigue, physical fatigue, and just lack of well-being. And in terms of that, we relaunched a wellness program internally within Toronto Public Health to support that. And the reason why we're identifying this as a key risk is because this does impact our most significant resource in Toronto Public Health, which are our people. And the health of our people will speak to how well we are able to respond to the current pandemic. And finally, we identified the resurgence of COVID-19 cases and the discovery of the variants of concern. And as evident today, when we're dealing with Omicron, it was a risk that existed, and it has borne itself out to be a very real risk, and one we are all currently working our way through. Now, just for a little bit more detail in terms of, where does the operating budget go? So we have an operating budget of $361.7 million. And you will notice that the largest portion goes towards infectious disease, which of course makes absolute sense because we are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. And included in that $150 million is roughly $60 million that is one-time extraordinary cost that we are incurring in responding to the pandemic. We do have family health, which is showing it at 111 million. Here, the largest program that we actually have in there that is currently running, although at a modified level, is our dental program. In particular, the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program, which is one program throughout the course of the pandemic we have made endeavors to ensure that it was operating in some capacity. And then we've got our classic ones in terms of chronic disease and injury prevention, environmental health, public health foundations, and emergency preparedness, as I explained previously. Also included in this year's budget, we do have a request for $3.8 million of new and enhanced investments, which I will speak to later on in some of the slides. So how is the budget funded? As you will see here, our largest funder is the other orders of government, in particular the federal, mostly the provincial government through the Ministry of Health. They are our largest funder, and also we get funding from the Ministry of Children and Community and Social Services as well. We do, of course, draw from the city in terms of the tax base. You'll notice here that the draw is $128 million, and that is presented in a particular way. The intention is that our actual expenditures, once we get approval and confirmation from the Ministry of Health in regards to extraordinary COVID costs, that will cover $60 million, that $128 million. But at this point, because we do not have, while we have strong indication from the ministry that we will receive all the funding we have requests, we have not actually signed our accountable agreement at this point. So it is showing at this time as a draw against the tax base. In terms of where does the money go, as I previously mentioned, our largest resource, it is people. And so the largest amount of our budget goes towards paying the salaries and the benefits of our workforce. And then following after that, we have services and rents. Predominantly within that, what we're seeing is that we do partner with a lot of community agencies to support us in delivering our programs. Some of those programs have continued throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and we continue to support that work through that particular line item. In terms of our net operating budget, so as I mentioned before, it's roughly $128 million. And what this chart sort of outlines for you is just, as I mentioned before, that $60 million of that 128 is directly related to extraordinary costs related to the COVID-19 pandemic, actually 59.5 million. So that's what we have. And then in terms from a tax base, even though we have new commitments or new enhancements, which total $3.8 million, at this time we're only looking for this, the tax base will only support just slightly under $500,000 of that funding. And again, I will be providing more details about what the new enhanced are in later slide decks. And here we are, new and enhanced. So what we've asked for is we've got two categories. The very first one has to do with sort of our general program, public health and analytics. So what we have found throughout the course of the pandemic, and I think everybody can speak to, is the importance of data and how data needs to drive the response that we have. It needs to drive the programs that we do and ensuring that we are providing services in the areas that they are most needed, as well as putting an equity lens to those services as well. So as data has become so important to us going forward this year, we're asking for, in addition to an existing program, which we do have, that will help the collection of public health data to do the analytics that's required to also present the data, visualize data in such a way that it becomes not just data, but information that people can actually use to make decisions, not just for our own programs, but also for other city divisions and other partners who need this data or rely on this data in order to help drive their decision-making around programs and initiatives. The remainder of the new enhancements is I'll be speaking about, I'll speak to one topic, and it has to do with the opioid poisoning crisis. So The ones that I'm going to go through speak directly to initiatives that were brought forward and supported by the Board of Health in order to address what we have seen to be quite a deadly year in terms of the opioid crisis. And it's not just prevalent in that it's been a deadly year, but over the course of time, we have seen the opioid crisis has just continually gotten worse and worse and worse. And we do need to, not that we haven't, but I think we need to strengthen our efforts yet again in this realm to ensure that, we are providing supports to those individuals who are most vulnerable in our society. To that end, one of the first ones I'll be presenting to you is the Mobile Supervised Consumption Service. So we do have a service right now that is in the downtown east. And what we have found is that overdoses do not care. It does not care about geography. So we have identified a need to actually move our services and provide a much more mobile service that will serve populations and meet them where they are, rather than asking them to come to us. So that's what this particular new and enhanced service would do, is provide a consumption service outside of the downtown core. And we'll be able to, look again using the data that we collect, where might it make the most sense for us to have these services available for our citizens. The second one has to do, it's much more around policy. So we do have a Toronto Drug Strategy Secretariat, and their work is to look at, what is happening within this file, what is happening, not just here in Toronto, but also looking for best practices, other things that we can do in order to address, this prevalent issue within our society, prevalent and growing, might I add. So here, what we're looking here is it's an enhancement to an existing program. And the reason why we're asking for this enhancement is because over the course of time, if there's one thing that we've learned that these are very complex issues. There is no silver bullet that is going to solve everything. And because the complexity of the issue requires us to look at having a much more complex and nuanced response in how we're going to support our vulnerable citizens in this realm. The next one is to expand our overdose outreach team. So we do have a strong outreach program within Toronto Public Health, but like anything, as you notice issues increase, you do need to provide additional resources. And here what we're actually looking at is targeting different areas that we are not in at this point. And that's, we are in the community, we are in various parks, we are in drop-in centers, but we do want to expand our reach. And for that reason, we are actually bringing this forward, in addition to looking for some supports on an application called the Brave app. And this is an application that connects individuals who are using drugs who feel, they are vulnerable to overdose, and they connect them with individuals within the community. You notice for this particular enhancement, we do have an equity impact there, a statement. And it's because we find that drug use is not necessarily targeted for a particular social demographic area or a particular type of individuals. We do know that some of our equity deserving populations do experience overdose in a very different way. So because of that, we have identified that this program and the program from the previous slide as well, the mobile clinic, that there will be an equity impact by the nature of the work that we do. We're also looking at engaging more individuals who actually are people who use drugs to support us in developing our program and increasing our reach. And to that end, we are looking for a modest increase to support engaging those individuals with lived experience to help us not only to understand, basically look at our programming to ensure that we're actually meeting, again, individuals where they are. It's part of our overall response. And finally, we were very happy to have support from the federal government in the form of an injectable opioid agnostic treatment program. It started this year. It started slow but steady. We find that we are increasing our reach, and we're increasing the number of individuals who are able to support in this program. But again, it is a very small program. The largest cost in this program are the drugs. They are a significant cost. So we are looking again at, an expansion to allow us to increase the hours of our operations, as well as to increase the number of clientele who would be able to use this program. And very similar, as I just mentioned before, all of these items that have to do with providing direct services either to the population or people who use drugs, either through engaging them or supporting them in their journey, then, it does provide a low positive equity impact. And then our last one, I know I mentioned data collection, and that was the very first thing that we talked about. That data collection is really around looking at population issues. This one is very specific, and it is targeting having better data points and being able to work with our partners to have better data around the specific topic about drug poisoning and the opioid crisis. So for that end, we have decided that it'd be very important to actually make a distinction between the two to highlight the need, particularly highlight this need that we get data in this particular area to support this population. Finally, we come to our capital plan and budget submission. So here, our budget is $6.5 million, and this slide basically just sort of outlines where's the money coming from and what are we going to spend the money on. So typically we have, up until this point, we typically do get paid, funded through debt through the city. However, on occasion, the province does provide funding to the public health units to support very specific programs. And in this case, we have $2.2 million, and that's all for the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program to provide additional operatories, to upgrade some of our operatories, as well as to look at providing a mobile function to the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program. And in terms of where does the funding go, it's for service improvement and growth, predominantly again around what we're doing in the dental program, and also we do have some state of good repairs programs, and that's just to deal with aging IT systems that we do have that have come to their end of life. In terms of the entire 10-year capital plan, what we've done here is that we've displayed it, and we've given you the names of all of our particular projects over the 10 years, depending on what impact. Not that some of these programs do strike at more than one category, but we have moved the programs into the the categories that where we think it's going to provide the largest bang for dollars in terms of our strategic direction. So you'll see, I'm not going to go through this, but you will see that, we are looking at decision making, having some work capabilities, business processes, just some general things around IT infrastructure itself, increasing access to services for government services, as well as sort of general services as well. In terms of how is it funded, very similar to the slide deck two before, it does predominantly come from debt through the city in terms of our 10-year capital plan, and also the province has provided funding for the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program. So that takes us to the end of our presentation. I want to thank you very much, and at this time, we are open to questions.
Thank you very much, Althea. Appreciate the presentation. Let's go to questions. If we have any outside counselors with us, I'm trying to see here. Doesn't appear to be at this point. So why don't we go into committee? I think Councillor Lai will be first with questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I just have a quick question about the Ontario Senior Dental Plan. So it is all fully funded by the province, is that correct?
I will take that and maybe have Dr. Davila supplement. So we have a plan that is actually dual. So we have a significant amount of money coming from the province, $15.9 million. But
how much? Sorry.
15.9 million.
Okay.
From the province. But I have to say the province is a bit of they're late to the show because the City of Toronto has always had a program that has been geared towards its older population, and the city has been very gracious over many years in supporting that. At this point, our funding for that is 6.6 million. That is a decrease, but that's only because when the province brought in their program, there was an overlap there, but we did find that the city's program was actually more fulsome and provided more support to the citizen, our older individuals within the population of Toronto. So the city has graciously continued to provide that additional support.
Yeah, that's very nice of the city because people are growing older. So, Dr. Devella, you want to add something, maybe?
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, the other component that I think is important when it comes to the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program is that, there are particular provincial eligibility criteria, but once you are eligible to receive benefits under this program, people from all over Ontario can take their benefit with them wherever. It is not restricted to a particular jurisdiction. You may seek your services in other parts of the province other than the part where you reside.
Thank you. The other question would be, am I hearing that all these dental clinics remains open during COVID at this point?
I can take that one as well and then have Dr. Devilla supplement. So at the very beginning of our COVID response, back in, it seems so long ago now, would have been March 2020, we did only have 2 of our clinics running because the locations, like many others, we did completely close down all of our clinics except for 2 where we were dealing with emergency situations. Very much like with the ebbs and flows of the pandemic, we have opened up and closed clinics depending on what the current situation was. We were moving towards having all of our clinics up and running prior to Omicron. Omicron, of course, has presented a significant challenge for us. So we have, once again contracted and we do not have all of our clinics operating at this point in time. We're hopeful that we will be able to, reverse again and get ourselves back up into running all of our clinics, in the near future.
Okay, thank you. I remember on council, we approved some new locations. Can you remind me how many new locations in the city that we're having?
Oh my goodness. I have to admit, the number slips my mind right now. If there's something that we could provide.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. I only know that there's one in my ward, but it just has not been. We have no updates on it. When is it going to be open? I heard the last I heard was that the real estate department is actually negotiating the lease or something. So I would appreciate, Dr. Devella, if you can get the appropriate person to give us an update on this one, because we have a lot of requests.
Absolutely, we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you so much. Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We go to Councillor Carroll next.
Thank you. Yes, I wasn't going to bother public health because others I know reviewed it with a fine-tooth comb, and I know what you're up against. But I was pleasantly surprised. I guess I missed a report going through that we were having a foray into mobile consumption sites, and I'm wondering if you could talk to me about how that funding breaks down, because I note that it's $500,000 to start a mobile safe consumption site program. Is this a program where we're piloting it and then we expect to go from there?
So the program, what I actually presented is when I was talking about it, I was only talking about it from the operating perspective. You're right. It is much more expensive than that because, of course, we have to purchase the vehicle in order to do that. So within our capital plan, there is a request for $300,000 in order to purchase this. The amount that you see in the 2022 budget, it is not the annual cost because it's going to take us time to actually do the acquisition. We actually were not intending to actually have the service up and running until midway through the year. So the amount that I presented within the presentation is not the full year operating cost. That amount would be roughly over $1 million per year. And we'll have to see how it goes. It's definitely, we're not doing a pilot. When we go, we'll be full in. But, you know, like with all things, you know, we will take learnings from what has happened. And if there are opportunities, or if we find that, you know, additional supports are going to be needed, we would be going back through the Board of Health to gauge their support for that.
So they'll sort of have an ongoing monitor. I'm really excited to see this. When we years ago, eons ago, first did the drug prevention strategy, and it was controversial that it started as a drug prevention strategy and then became a drug prevention / harm reduction strategy. But we actually did do research into the mobile program in Berlin. And I was very lucky to be able to go and actually see it in action. But the reason I ask if it's a pilot and how the Board of Health will be reported back to is that program grew over time to be not just a safe consumption, but it became a safe consumption plus other health cares that are needed. They found that they were better delivered mobile as well. So it became a case of having the mobile safe consumption unit, but periodically it would be followed by other healthcare needs, so that there was a mobilized dental van behind it, because that's a very prevalent problem in that population. A wound care, a physician would be traveling in a van behind. Those sorts of things were learned over time. And funded both municipally, and they don't have provincial funding over there, but they got very generous funding from the federal government, because they began to realize that mobile really allowed them to get to a much more diverse population, all suffering in the same injection use population. Is that sort of informing this proposal, the international experience on this?
So if I may, through the chair, Councillor Carroll, we obviously do look to other jurisdictions to learn from them, particularly those who have already forged ahead with this kind of program. And I hear you with respect to the benefits of mobile healthcare services, particularly for populations that have challenges accessing more traditional healthcare services. I would advise, of course, that healthcare and the provision of healthcare is under provincial jurisdiction. So I think we have an opportunity for sure to use this kind of programming not only to serve its original intended purpose, supervised consumption in a more mobile fashion, but certainly it does provide an opportunity to conduct needs assessments in different parts of the city to then inform our own actions, certainly, and perhaps expansions and scale-ups of mobile supervised consumption, but as well to engage in discussions with the province around what we're observing as healthcare needs that exist in various parts of the city or for different particular subpopulations. So it's a little bit of both.
So then they would decide whether or not they wanted to add the healthcare component. Okay.
That's correct. I think I would caution that we need to be sure that when we're talking about things that are really within the realm of healthcare and therefore under provincial purview, we would want to engage them actively in that conversation and ensure that they're looking at this in the same way and see the value as well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions of public health? Councillor Nunziata.
I do have a question, but it's not related to the budget, to Dr. Davila. I am getting a lot of calls on this as far as the vaccination. So as you know, that the booster shots, that people that are going to get their booster, they're told they're getting Moderna rather than Pfizer, and a lot of them are refusing. So can you explain to me why that, because I'm getting so many calls on that?
Sorry, with respect to the refusals or why they're being offered Moderna or both?
Well, they're refusing it because they're a little hesitant. They're nervous about mixing, right? They've received the Pfizer first and second. But why are we doing Moderna rather than Pfizer? Like, maybe, I don't know if this is provincial, but I've just a question because I've been getting a lot of calls on that. And people are refusing to get their booster shots because of that.
Yeah, and I'm very sorry to hear that, Councillor Nunziata. So let me talk about the benefits of vaccination first, particularly the booster shot and what we're seeing in most recent data. So when we look at provincial data for cases that were reported between the 24th of December and the 6th of January, what's really interesting is you see the real protective benefit of vaccine. Looking at hospitalizations across the province, for those who are unvaccinated, their rates of hospitalization were 4 times more relative to those who actually had 3 doses of vaccine on board. And for those looking at ICU admission, it's even more stark to see the benefit of vaccine. 8 times more likely, or the rates were higher for ICU admission, 8 times higher amongst those who are unvaccinated compared to those who have 3 doses on board. The second component I would say is that there is, a growing body of evidence that shows that there is no harm. And in fact, there may be some extra benefit depending on which vaccines are being mixed and matched, but that you are getting good protection even with a mixed dose schedule. And it is recognized all over the world now. And then finally, with respect to what supplies are available here for us to administer or for any of the Team Toronto vaccination partners to administer. Vaccine procurement starts with the federal government, goes to the province, and effectively we are administering the supplies we have. At this point in time, there was a little bit of there was much more in the procurement contracts, as I understand it, from the federal government, such that it's Moderna at this point in time. There was more Pfizer earlier on in the campaign. There is Pfizer that's coming, but in this period of time, we have been limited, relatively speaking, in terms of how much Pfizer we actually have. And further, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization preferentially recommends Pfizer for the 18 to 29-year-old group. So we have been trying to direct what Pfizer has been available to that group, given the National Advisory Committee on Immunization's recommendation, also knowing that in light of Omicron, there is some evidence that suggests that Moderna may actually provide better protection with that 3rd dose booster.
And I guess getting that message out, because a lot of people are not getting their booster because they don't want the Moderna. I was at one of the clinics with the mayor, a lot of people refusing it. And so it was, yeah, thank you for that. I know it's not part of the budget, but I mean, it's a question that we get asked and we don't know, like why they can't get the Pfizer. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and through the chair, if I may quote my colleague Althea Hutchinson, while that may not be a budget question per se, this is still very much a COVID-19 budget, as it turns out. So I think you may be more on point than you give yourself credit for, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your time. And Althea, thank you very much for all the work you're doing as well. I think we're done with the Board of Health at this point. So we're going to go back to the Parks, Forestry and Recreation. I believe Councillor McKelvey had just asked her question. So is there anybody else on the committee that wants to ask questions of Parks? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, and most of my questions are in capital. I don't know if that I don't know if that affects who you want to answer the questions. In Parks and Rec, I know that there's this exercise to try and budget to actuals and to ability to spend, and there have been some challenges in some areas in terms of being able to proceed. Things delay ability to spend all the time. But I'm wondering how you go through the exercise of deciding what can be done and moving things out. Because what I found going through it, I don't want to get specific. My strategy, I think, more importantly, is to try and meet with staff between now and wrap up to go through them one by one. But I have projects where in public meetings, the community has been told something's going to happen in 2022 or 23, and now I find them in 23, 24, 25. So what is the exercise that PFR goes through with finance to decide what gets moved in the calendar?
So through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Carroll. And it's a complicated process for sure, and I think sometimes difficult to understand. And I'll start the answer and then ask Anne-Marie to sort of confirm and follow up as well. So just like others have noted in the meeting today, we have certainly advanced our capital program as quickly as we can, but have also experienced, some natural slowdowns in the system because of COVID, and we're trying to cope with all of that as fast as we can. And you can see even in our completion rates, this year projected and last year suffering, whereas the year before, I think in 2019, we had actually achieved a much higher completion rate on our capital projects, and we're moving in that right direction. So, the short answer is, and Anne-Marie can add to this, is that, we really work to deliver as much as we possibly can. And we'll then come forward with variance reporting, capital variance reporting in Q1, Q2, Q3, and then Q4, where we take an approach of moving the money around best to support the projects that we can't complete. And that would include either advancing new projects or adjusting existing projects and their full budgets as well. So it's a fluid process that is ongoing. I think our actual envelope of funding around the capital budget has gotten larger over the years, not smaller. And you'll see in the budget, we're advancing a tremendous amount of new growth that has been funded through various reserves. We have the largest community center program we've had probably in the history of Toronto as we move through all the recommendations of the facilities master plan. But we adjust the budget accordingly as best that we can without any direction to cut the budget, so to speak, but we really try to adjust it based on our ability to spend. And I'm going to ask Anne-Marie to add to that just to make sure I have, the full complete answer. There she is.
Yes. So Janie basically summed it up quite well. Like this year, we've had to, because we had challenges in both 2020 and 2021, we have a deferral of about 118 million that we basically put some money into 2022, but some also we projected into other years. Part of our ability to spend, of course, is our staffing, which we have had gaps and have had challenges as many other divisions have. And the other piece is also through engagement and through some of the partner delivered projects that we have. So in some cases, developers are delivering the projects, or TRCA is, or other partners are, and they are facing the same circumstance that we are. So we've seen a bit more of an acuteness as a result of the delivery. And so we've been mapping out, and we also correspond with financial planning's requirements around stage gating projects. So between basically some of the staffing challenges, some of the delays in terms of access to materials, access to contractors, and some of the other items I've identified has created a bit of a challenge in terms of us finishing and completing projects. However, we have a plan in place for 2022 that we are looking to advance the projects that we're moving forward, that we're hoping to get the materials that we have, and our partners are also trying to align with us to ensure improved delivery and an improved spending.
So on the large projects, I understand those. Well, even some of the small capital, refurbishing a playscape, whatever. I know there were some supply chain issues, but where the funding is, I have some small projects that were 100% funded through Section 37 dollars, and in a public meeting, standing in a park, the public was told they'd happen the following year. So I'm hoping that where that's the case, where I don't need a brand new funding source, I can maybe meet between now and wrap up to understand if any of them can be adjusted. The other one, the one large capital project I want to ask about is the IT, the registration project that kind of went wrong with the vendor. There is an explanation about this in the appendix, but it does lead to a certain amount of frustration because council said, okay, we're going to need a new vendor, but it seemed to have it took an unusually long time, and it's in a way we can't blame staff. A vendor that was already struggling then had this based on the briefing, it looks like they had this based COVID based excuse force majeure, they were calling it, hit with the tsunami of COVID-19. But we've ended up having to go to sorry about that. Some telephone solicitor keeps calling this line. But they've ended up having to be replaced anyway. But that replacement seems to have taken a long time.
So if I can,
yeah.
Chair, to Councillor Carroll, we have been going through a brand new negotiated NRFP process. And
Yeah.
you'll be pleased to know that we will be coming forward with a recommended vendor. We're scheduled to do that in June. We're currently in negotiations with a vendor to successfully complete that NRFP, and we'll have more information to follow. We're in the blackout period right now regarding the negotiations, so I can't really share much more than to say that we're on track to find a new vendor and to report out to council as soon as we can confirm those details.
So that means we will hear about this early 2023 then, but you are still tracking for them to be complete by the end of 2020 or early 2022, but they're still going to need till the end of 2023 to complete the work?
Correct. So we will have the new contract awarded in June is the plan, based on our negotiation schedule. And then once awarded, there's an implementation strategy around the timing that it will take place to replace the system, the existing system, which, as you know, is an on-premises system, with the new solution that will be in the cloud, which is sort of the direction that everybody is going in. Once we've completed those negotiations, we can report more precisely on the timelines around implementation, because that's actually part of the negotiation process. But we hear from everybody the need to move as quickly as possible.
Councillor, we're at 8 minutes here.
Sorry. I wasn't expecting it to take so long to get my first set of questions done out. If there is the willingness of a second round, I just had one more question to go.
Okay, why don't you just do it quickly now, then we can, instead of
it's just about the NRFP process itself. I'm losing my faith in it. And we just had a report on the golf courses where the suggestion was we NRFP whatever we're going to do for the master plan at Dentonia. But I'm wondering if in the report you could walk through what really is that NRFP process. Where did the CIO come into that? Where did PMMD come into that? And are we really getting, what we need in a timely fashion by using that process? Because it seems to protract the process. So just include it in the report that's coming forward.
We'll include that information in the report when it comes forward to council. And just to put you at ease a little bit, the Chief Information Officer, the Chief Procurement Officer is actively involved in this process as part of the executive committee overlooking the award of the NRFP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Lai, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by thanking Jenny and your team in helping us. Everything's on budget for the Aging Court Recreation Center, and then we opened last year, and really appreciate it. You're on budget, and you manage insurance and all that. Very, very good. I just have a quick question about Milliken Park Pond rehabilitation. The capital funding you have, I think this year is about $355,000 or something. Do you think it is going to carry through? Because I understand it's like a 10-year plan, is it, for the rehabilitation?
Right. So I thanks for the question, and through the chair to Councillor Lai. You're right. The Milliken project has been approved. My note says $366,000 and being awarded for construction in 2022. So I think our plan is to complete that project beginning in this year.
So you think that this is an updated figure? I think things have gone up, everything, and this is going to be achievable, you think?
To the best of our knowledge, it's achievable right now. Anne-Marie may want to comment further, but I don't have anything indicating that it isn't.
Yeah, I think that basically we have to go out to tender on these. We have to see what the tender is in terms of the type of construction. We're getting various budgets for different types of projects. Some are on budget, some are under, and a number are over. So
yeah, the reason I'm actually concerned about this park, because this is a huge park and it's a regional park, and I just wanted to. There's a lot of Phragmitis infestation, and we need to actually act fast, because otherwise they're gonna act faster than us, and we're gonna be kind of catching up. It's not gonna be good. So basically, that was my. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I was just going to suggest to the chair, to Councillor Lai, that we'll certainly keep you updated on that project and the bidding process as it moves forward, and advise you of anything that may hold it up.
Thank you. Those are my questions. But I just have a comment about the cricket. I do have a lot of requests on cricket, and I would appreciate if you're going to be giving Councillor McKelvey's office some briefing, whatever, if you can keep us in the loop as well. Those just
So
my comments.
through the chair, I certainly will, and just to, because after Councillor McKelvey asked the question, I did get some additional information on it, and we actually do have some money in the 10-year plan moving forward for a few new cricket pitches. So in addition to the cricket strategy moving forward, we're also going to be moving on some interim solutions as well, wherever possible.
Well, that sounds good. Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I just make a clarification, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
The request that I put in, it is like all wards, so it should also cover Councillor Lai's ward, and it is a briefing note request, so it'll be available to all councillors.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. You're right. Okay, great. Councillor Nunziata next.
Yeah, I have two quick questions. So when it comes to Section 37, and we allocate funds for a project, do we have to wait until you actually get those funds in your hand before we start the project?
Through the speaker, generally we do wait certainly for the development to be approved and for council to approve the actual awarding of whatever is in the settlement, which may be a Section 37 settlement. There could be a number of other items in those settlements as well on some of these developments. Our practice has been that if those settlements are approved after the budget is approved, we've certainly and worked with many councillors to advance motions to add various projects to the budget based on the Section 37 funding that's been approved.
But do you have to physically have the money, or even though it's been allocated? And the reason I asked that, because I got over $1 million for North Park, and I was told by staff that until they physically have the money in their bank account, they're not going to start the project.
So through the chair, that has been the practice, that we actually wait for the money to be received before it's actually allocated and spent. And it's the same with many other reserve-based funding tools, such as development charges and other things.
So it's a little frustrating because sometimes it takes a while to get the funds. Just on the point that Councillor Carroll made, as far as projects, and I understand there have been challenges, but some of these projects that have been delayed, even though they've been fully funded, they get delayed for a reason, and it's not to the following year. Is there any way? I mean, it's very frustrating for the councillor, because when you go out to the community and say, well, this project is going to start in the summer of this year, and then they're waiting and waiting, and then the following year it hasn't started yet. Can we not get updates if there's going to be delays at all for whatever reason, that the councillor is notified so we can get back to the community? Because we do look awfully silly, because we're advertising in our newsletter, there's going to be a skateboard park, or there's going to be a splash pad at this park, and it's been fully funded, and it's starting the summer of 2021 or 2020, and then it's 2021, 2022, and we haven't done because there's been delays. Can we not be updated on that? Because it's really embarrassing for us to be advertising these wonderful projects and then being delayed and it's not happening. I find that very frustrated, because we're being attacked. Like, our constituents are going like, what the heck? Like, what are you talking about? And we get criticized for it. And, to be honest with you, I'm really tired of being criticized. And when in fact we do have the money's in the account, it's been fully funded, but yet we haven't started.
So through the chair, if that information hasn't been communicated effectively, we're happy to pay more attention and ensure that the councillors are updated as soon as we have information around delayed projects. I think what's happened for the last few summers is again, with supply chain slowdowns and some of the COVID impacts on the capital budget. Some of these projects have been delayed, very last minute because of the availability of materials and all kinds of other things. But if councillors are feeling that they're not receiving that information as quickly as possible, we'll certainly undertake to ensure that people receive the information as it becomes available.
Yeah, I think we should receive that information so we can communicate that to the community. No
problem.
I don't know. I find it frustrating. I don't know if any other councillors feel the same way that I do, but I know that there's a lot of negative comments out there towards us because we're not delivering projects that we promised that have
I
actually
see a
been
few
funded.
thumbs up, so message received, and we will ensure that that communication goes out as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Seeing no other questions.
Gary,
I'm sorry,
Councillor
Mr.
Layton. I
I've been
apologize, I
waiting
didn't
for
see you.
like 20
Okay.
minutes.
Oh, so who's
Thank
this?
you.
Oh, Councillor Perks. Okay. And
Yeah.
okay, I'm now on my second side of my iPad here. So Councillor Perks and Layton after that.
All cool. So to the GM, if I'm reading this right, the state of good repair backlog increases year over year, every year in the 10-year capital plan?
That's correct.
Okay,
Through the
thank you.
chair.
I looked, but I can't find any capital allocation for ravines and trails. I see some litter pickup that's operating, but I don't see any capital.
Capital for ravines. I'm going to turn this one over to maybe Anne Marie or Kim. There is some capital for ravines that may not appear as ravine as a category as ravines, but there is some capital. I'd have to.
I'm just before I get the answer. What I'm trying to get to here, you highlight in the early pages of your analyst notes a narrative that we've got to prepare for climate change, and I can tell you places like some of the Midtown ravines, High Park, and on and on and on. The erosion problems are becoming incredible there, and I don't see capital money to deal with it.
So through the chair, we do have the ravine strategy did identify about $99 million of capital funding that continues to be a constraint within our capital budget. As I outlined for Councillor McKelvey previously, and I think there's probably a briefing note request on this as well, we do have about $50 million worth of federal provincial funding requests in specific to that $99 million constraint on the capital budget. And we're hoping to be able to address some of the exact issues that you're bringing forward, Councillor Perks, with some of those funding opportunities should they become available.
Okay, but I just want to be clear. I've read it correctly that there's no capital allocation for 2022 for that work.
It's Kim Statham, Acting Director of Urban Forestry. Councillor Perks, through the chair. In 2022, we have allocated 0.5 million through our citywide environmental initiatives. That also we have 5.7 overall in capital in 2022. That is reflective of a 10. In ravines, capital work within ravines. So part of that includes the funding that we needed to allocate to unlock the ICIP funding. And for the 10-year plan, just to round out the picture here, it's 10.2 million.
Okay, thank you. I must have misread it wrong. It's a lot to digest quickly, the PF&R budget. There is some money allocated for winterizing washrooms. Can you give me a sense of how many washrooms we have that we need to winterize and how many are getting done this year?
So through the chair, this is work that is ongoing. We've allocated, I think, $1 million in the 2022 or 2023 capital budget towards winterizing washrooms. This is a new program for us. We're not 100% sure of the costs. I couldn't specifically speak to how many are would be done within that budget allocation because a lot of the assessments need to be done. And, my understanding is the range could be from $50,000 to a few $100,000. And our strategy would be to try and address as many as possible within the budget that we have.
How many are there that need to be done?
That's through the chair. I'm not trying to be elusive, but that's also an assessment that has to be made.
10, 30, 300.
if I were going to guess, we would
It's
love to be able to.
138. 138 are not winterized of the 187 that are available. But we would, as Janie noted, that we would have to do the assessment because depending on the age and the infrastructure for each of the washrooms, some of the renovations might actually exceed just full replacement. So we'll have to do that. Our goal is to basically do that full assessment and then identify some of the low-hanging fruit and then budget in some of the more significant replaces as part of the future capital plan.
So we've
And
got
just
$1 million in this year's budget. They cost 50 to 100. So let's say that's enough to do 15 this year out of the 138.
It could cost up to 300 depending on where the water line is and whether the actual building itself is structurally sound to deal with the type of
So
replacement.
no more than
because
10.
these are older.
at a maximum.
At a
And-
And
maximum.
at a maximum. Thank you. Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Councillor. Councillor Layton, I believe, is next.
Yes, thank you very much. Am I to understand that, and I think I read this on, let me find the page reference, on page 28, that it's not recommending the enhanced ravine strategy, the litter picking. Does that mean does the bullet point underneath mean we're actually rolling back? We included it 1 year funding last year. So this means we're actually walking that back.
So through the chair, we have a base budget allocation of approximately $700,000 towards ravine litter picking. As part of the 2021 operating budget, there was a one-time top-up, so to speak, of that $700,000 of an additional almost $200,000. So the budget in 2022 returns to that $700,000 level.
Okay.
So there's
Was
still
this-
a base budget of $700,000.
Is the demand not there anymore? Did we
These
clean them all up?
Certainly there is demand, but there's all kinds of demands on the budget, and we've maintained the level that was in our base budget, and
Fair enough. You know, there's probably enough demands on the budget to eliminate the entire ravine litter picking budget. Like there simply are, but we weigh them accordingly, and we invest in things that we think are a priority. Who picks up the garbage when the don't mess with the Dawn people clean it up? Is that your division, Janie, or is it solid waste? Or
I would think most of the ravine litter pickup is ours. I think through Kim's group, through the chair, we work with all those groups that are within the ravine and try and coordinate, everything that is picked up.
Can you confirm what the volumes were like for any of these? Do you have them off the top of your head? One thing, was there really a car? Did they really pull a car? I know they pulled fridges and generators. Did they pull a car? I thought I saw a tweet. I can't find it now. I think they pulled a vehicle.
To the
That's a pretty big litter pickup.
Through the chair, I cannot confirm whether a car was pulled out of the ravine in 2021, but through the funding that we were able to provide to ravine litter pickup this year, that included the removal of 119 tons of garbage and 45 tons of metal from approximately 236 hectares of parkland.
So that's what we did. Does that include the stuff that volunteers did and our staff went and supported them?
These figures are related to the funding for the city crews. We have not to date tracked or weighed any of the unsupervised volunteer groups doing this work.
But you'd say that the demand was still there, correct? Like we haven't reversed a problem.
Through the chair, yes, there's always a demand. It seems like the demand around litter pickup in the ravines, exceeds our ability in many ways. I think we've gotten a good start on it. The $700,000 is more than we ever had before, so we are advancing the program within the funds that have been available to do that.
But it's not what was laid out in the ravine strategy, correct? The enhanced pickup was what was outlined in the ravine strategy.
The ravine strategy in 2020 dedicated the 0.7 million base budget, as Janie indicated. Last year we had the one-time increased funding, which as we've said, increased 2021 levels, service levels.
But was that outlined in the ravine strategy? I seem to remember it was.
Not the one-time funding that came through the budget process last year.
Where did that number come from then?
The $700,000.
No, the 200.
We were through the chair last year. We were asked to put some figures together around how to advance and make the program larger, and we identified $200,000 would fund an additional crew, I believe,
That's
to the
correct.
existing 3 crews that were already working. So we went from 3 crews to 4 crews and increased the program that way.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out on the Ravine capital side where, like, if we haven't, we were supposed to get a strategy for covering off the 100 million, correct?
So through the chair, the 100 million has remained, so to speak, within the constraints, the city's constraints on the capital budget. It has not been funded. As I outlined to Councillor McKelvey, we have approximately $50 million worth of funding requests in right now to both the federal and provincial government, which the city would have to contribute some money to advancing, but that is part of the strategy. And there are a number of new sort of funding programs that have been made available in the last few years that the Ravine strategy fits very nicely into.
That we'll be able to take advantage of.
We are hoping very much that we will be able to take advantage of those
But
programs.
what I distinctly remember, a strategy for capital was supposed to come back. Did that come back? Like, I may just be forgetting a point in time that.
We are, through the chair, we are doing an actual update on the Ravine strategy that will be coming back to Council Kim in
March 2022 is currently planned.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. There's a youth review.
Last question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'm going to take this time to say whatever Anne-Marie is doing with my staff to keep us up to date about our capital plans and delays, unfortunately, Ramsden Community Center. They're doing I believe they're doing a fantastic job, and maybe there's some lessons with Anne-Marie and Marco in my office and their communication that can be shared with other councillors, because I think others might appreciate the same. Maybe I'm getting extra service or something. I didn't think it was, and I certainly don't think we demanded it, but I feel very well updated with respect to my parks capital plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, why don't we go off next to shelter support and housing administration. Questions on SSHA? Starting with outside councillors, Councillor Perks, and then.
Hi. So the obvious question is, how much budget is here to create enough rent geared to income and supportive units that we can start to house everybody in the city of Toronto, as we talked about doing last year and the year before?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. So with respect to supportive housing, first, you'll know that we have a target of creating 2,000 units over the course of 21 and 22. Currently, there's an outstanding gap in terms of the operating or support funding for those projects to the tune of $27 million in 2022. And expanding to, I believe, $45 million on an ongoing basis on 23 forward.
And in terms of, I heard you at the Board of Health yesterday saying that the number of people in our shelter system has gone up. I've been previously told that we can expect even more pressure as the provincial landlord-tenant board, or the eviction mill, as I call it, continues to make people homeless. But the goal was always to reduce the number of people in the shelter system through rent subs and new construction. Are we going to be reducing the number of people below 6,000 this year? Or do we have enough rent subs to do that? What's our target for the number of people going out of shelter and into housing this year?
So, you know, we do have the 1,500 units of supportive housing to be delivered in 2022. We do have an additional 1,000 rent supplements that will be available in April that we will be tailoring to support individuals experiencing chronic homelessness leave the shelter system. We also expect that we would house, as we did in 2021, upwards of 3,000 individuals. Future demand is going to be impacted by a few things. One, including the impact, perhaps, of the economic, fallout of COVID with respect to evictions and people who are brand new to homelessness. In addition, we're watching very closely the number of refugee claimants that are arriving in Toronto seeking shelter. That had been very much reduced over the course of the pandemic, but certainly we're seeing an increased number of refugees arriving in Toronto since the borders have reopened, and watching that very closely. I will say the one other enhancement that we've made in the 22 budget is to some of our tenant support programs, including an enhancement to the EPIC program to the tune of around $1 million. We will have $3 million available to support the rent bank in terms of grants to people who are
all this is great, but it's not what I asked.
Okay.
So right now, we've got 6,700 people in the shelter system and some number of people sleeping in TTC vehicles. What's the number going to be at the end of this year? How many, we are going to get people, all the things you just described are aimed at reducing the number of people who need to be in shelter by getting them housed. So what's our goal for the end of this year in terms of we will only need 4,000 shelter beds because we've housed everybody else? Do you have a number like that?
I don't have a number for you. We don't expect a significant reduction in the number of shelter beds that we are currently operating, save that some of the shelter beds we are operating are destined to become supportive housing. So for example, you'll know that in partnership with the Housing Secretary, we purchased some of the hotels that we've been using for shelter, and those in turn will become supportive housing opportunities for individuals. But our expectation is that although we continue to focus on getting people who are chronically experiencing homelessness in our shelter system out and into housing, that throughout 2022, we will want to maintain the current size of the shelter system as it stands. And, before the winter, that was 7,000 people. Last night, it was 7,500 people we were sheltering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. And through you to Board, Tanner, nice to see you again. We saw you at Board of Health yesterday.
You're cutting out there, Councillor.
I'll turn off my video then. Hopefully that's better. Is that?
Yeah, it's better.
Better? Number of people projected to receive the housing allowance is about 1,400 people. But the actual number of people that took up the city on the housing allowance is actually 688. So it's about half of that. Can you explain why we can't meet those projected targets? Considering what we're hearing in the newspapers and the housing crisis, we've got 700 additional housing allowances, but no one's taken us up on it.
So the major impact, I'd say, is the tight rental market. So these housing allowances depend on accessing private market landlords that have housing units available for us to make available for people who are experiencing homelessness. And given the tight rental market, that's been a challenge. Looking forward to the new Canada-Ontario housing benefit that we'll make available in April, we are going to look at making the subsidy amount of that allowance deeper so that we can purchase more, if you will, in the private market to make and address that supply issue. We're also working very closely with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association in terms of designing a new program that will benefit, I hope, both private market landlords and the city and the people experiencing homelessness moving into those units.
Thank you. So is it just as simple as the fact that the housing allowance is not large enough to actually meet the market rental costs? Is that the baseline? There's not enough money.
that has been one of the challenges in the previous program, and we will be designing this new program so that will address some of those affordability challenges and deepen the subsidy available to potential tenants accessing that program.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess my next question is, because I just heard you use a number close to 7,000 that are using the shelter system, but at the end of 2021 in November, there were about 9,200 people using the shelter system, and a number of them not able to access the shelters because we don't have enough beds. It shows that there were about 8,700 shelter beds, including, I guess, the ones that are sort of flex spaces, which means that there were about 500 that couldn't access the service. What happens to those 500 people who get turned away? Because we're hearing about people not answering the phones and people getting turned away.
So I think, Councillor, and through the chair, you might be referencing our shelter flow data to get to that 9,000 figure. You know, the shelter flow data is different than the daily demand that we see for individuals seeking shelter. It's inclusive of people that have had previous shelter use, but that we haven't seen for 3 months, that we continue to keep on our radar. The actual number of shelter beds, you're right, that we're operating right now is 7,500, and it would have been closer to just over 7,000 at the start of the winter.
Okay, so then that number is even worse than the way I was reading it. I guess if there's only 7,500 people who, in terms of actual number of beds, what happens to those who can't get the number, get actually a bed? Because we're hearing from community members and as well as shelter workers and housing workers and street outreach workers is that they can't get through central intake. Doesn't matter what they do, they just can't find somebody to help them, and so people don't know where to go, and that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, no, and through the chair, Councillor, certainly central intake is our central phone line to access the shelter system, and it has been a very busy phone line. People do get through that phone line, and you know, even as late as this past Saturday when we opened new community centers, everyone that called central intake was referred to an available bed. The demand does increase in the winter, and certainly we've seen extended call wait times there as we've had some more staff absent from that line. Part of our new enhanced business case for the 2022 budget is to add some additional new positions to central intake so we can keep on top of the call volumes there and be able to answer the phone and provide the best information we can.
Gord, thank you. I just have one quick question. I hear you're telling me that that you can get someone to respond to you, that someone will pick up the phone. But how do I square the fact that I keep hearing from a wide range of people who are either working with the street involved, or perhaps who even work in the city, who tell me that they can't get someone to return their call or pick up the phone? Like, who am I to trust here? Because it's just I keep getting different information.
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, I'd say most recently, and with the Omicron variant, we have had extended call wait times at central intake, which oftentimes leads to people abandoning their call to central intake, and we see that in the data. So I'm not suggesting that hasn't been an experience from people that have called that line. We are, investing both in technology and human resources to make sure we do have staff there that can answer the phone within 2 minutes, actually, and provide the best information available on shelter availability in the city.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. We'll take it into committee for questions. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I really wish you'd spend more money, Gordon, and I'm gonna see if I can't shake loose some of the barriers to us being able to activate more resources here. 7,500 people in emergency shelters last night. We're looking at probably a similar summer than our previous 2 summers, in particular the last one, that is likely going to put strains on a lot of city resources as a result of sort of the lack of affordable and supportive housing. Given that the demands are outpacing the beds, and this is likely to continue, are there any additional strategies that are being put into place in order to help alleviate the problem in the very short term, like we're about to hit minus 15 and deeper in the coming week, but also over the next sort of 6 months, when I understand we're going to have to keep online the hotels that we currently have, but there are still several thousand other people that could feel safer in our parks. Are there any strategies in place that we can point to that will help alleviate that? And where are you finding there being challenges in advancing those strategies?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair, Councillor. You know, one, in the most immediate sense, I mean, let's start there. We have additional contingency strategies to open more space, and that will happen as early as later this week when we will be reopening one of the shelter hotel programs that had closed. That will in turn open up more space at our recovery and isolation site, which will add about 60 spaces to the shelter system as a whole. Further to that, we do have additional contingency strategies in place to open additional community centers if we need to, and we see that the demand continues. Beyond that, if you look to the 6-month horizon, one of the strategies we have in place is to continue work with the refugee and settlement community to work with them to open up additional space to serve refugee claimants. I can tell you that that is a pressure that is playing out within the shelter system itself currently. We went from sheltering about 500 refugee claimants in September to about 1,000 on the 1st of January. That net 500 increase has an impact on everyone's ability to find a shelter bed, and working with the refugee sector, we will be looking to flow some of the $60 million that we have as an unfunded pressure in our 2022 budget to assist with those pressures. Further to that, and finally, Councillor, I'd say, you know, where we want to shake money loose, hopefully, is towards the supportive housing file with our greatest strength, because that is where we're going to see people get permanent housing with the supports they need to be successful over the long term. The more people we bring into the emergency shelter system, which has continued to grow, by the way, over the last decade, you know, is a challenge, and yet we need to continue to meet people's immediate needs.
So, Gord, what I heard from the previous answers was that we have a lack of available units or willing landlords to lease to us as well. The supports, the money for the supports aren't going to get us there. So what do we need to get those units? Because, like, do we need to be offering more? Do we need to have the properties expropriated? Like, what do we got to do to get? We're not on track right now to hit our supportive housing targets. In the bricks and mortar, I don't believe, or maybe that's, we did get that answer earlier, but that far exceeds the 7,500 in emergency shelters and the level of need. And so if we don't start putting the pieces into place now, we're going to end up with the same summer we had last summer, and people are going to be at risk because they're going to be sleeping outdoors. So what I'm asking, so we will fight for those supportive housing dollars, but that's 2,000 units, of which most are chronically homeless people living in our shelters. What are we going to do about addressing the space for those that don't feel comfortable in the congregate settings, and therefore we need to provide another alternative?
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair. So, you know, part of our enhanced budget ask this year is for more frontline positions in our Streets to Homes program and the encampment office to connect with and support people who may be living in parks or moving outdoors to encampments to get into permanent housing. But I'd say, you know, we need a little bit of everything. I mean, you know, we will be looking again at the hotel stock that we're in and renting to determine if there's a business case there to acquire more of the hotel properties that we're currently in. And we are looking with this new federal housing allowance to build a program and a business case, if you will, that will bring private market landlords to the table to make units available for individuals experiencing homelessness. So that might look something different than what we've done before in terms of an individual portable housing allowance, but might translate into taking a head lease for a number of units in the private sector to support and house people.
So, Mr. Chair, just some tiny clarity on that last one. So a limiting factor here for the activation of the housing allowances is the availability of units that will accept them.
That's correct, Councillor, yes.
So we need a strategy to overcome that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carroll.
Can I just check though? Because I keep thinking, what a terrible building that is. We should just acquire it. We could run better housing. But as part of the problem that, you know, in terms of expropriating, there are tenants in those places. If in order to house the people who are coming to us and reporting that they're homeless, we would have to make others homeless. Because our vacancy rate in affordable rental stock in the private sector, there the vacancy rate is pretty low, isn't it?
Through the chair, Councillor, I understand, you know, obviously the vacancy rate, it may have gone up a little bit over the course of the pandemic, but certainly continues to be a tight market in Toronto. You know, with respect to acquiring properties, you know, there could be a number of options. I might want to defer that to our real estate colleagues to give you a better sense of what might be available in the market.
Well, it's just I don't know if we have broken down. I mean, we get a report of the global vacancy rate, but when I look in I have an interesting mix of newly purpose-built rental apartments that are just lovely and rent for $2,800 a month, and there seem to be lots of empty units in them. But where you can get an apartment in a terribly run building for $895 a month is full. So I don't know if we've broken down where the space is. Is that something that we look at in terms of trying to evaluate housing vulnerability?
I see Abby on the floor there, so I might defer to Abby on this question. Thanks, Councillor.
Thanks, Gordon. And through the chair, a strategy around acquisitions is definitely something that we're working on with colleagues. It's one of the things that we put Rapid Housing Initiative money towards that we got from the federal government. And you're right, there is a very low, continues to be a very trend around a very low vacancy rate in Toronto. However, what we're able to do, I think, is apply the Canada-Ontario housing benefits to buy down rents, and also look at potential buildings where there is some vacancy, where there does need to be work on the building, look at acquisitions, or as Gord mentioned, head leases, where we can bring other partners in to improve the operations in the building and the way the building is maintained. So there are multiple strategies we can use in addition to straight acquisition, leveraging our partners as well.
Okay, so you'd have a strategy for who's there now and look to use it to max out that facility in a case like that.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay.
There are some buildings, as you said, which perhaps are poorly managed. In any respect, we need to apply a lens of what a well-managed supportive housing building needs to look like, and we work with partners on a regular basis to do that. Our health colleagues, our colleagues in MLS, to kind of reorientate buildings when they've got into difficulty and try and make sure that they are run better as supportive housing.
Yeah. Okay. And I have one last question. In terms of the emergency hotels we're using, what I heard in your answers to the councillors before me, what I heard was exactly the thing we feared. I think you even cautioned us about this, that the worry was immigration might start back up. Admittance of people seeking refugee status might start back up before we were able to move people back down into the previous bed load that we had in shelters in more established locations. And so it sounds like that's happened. We now have new refugees coming, but we haven't dealt with being able to put more beds back into the original shelters. So what's being done in terms of making sure that we don't have people thinking, oh, this is a nice, comfortable situation. I didn't like being moved out of the downtown core, but I'm comfortable now. Is there still enough resource that there's a significant casework going on, such that if we've got people feeling a little more stable as a result of being in a hotel room, as a result of managing a room by themselves, are we doing the casework we need to see if they are now potential supportive, ready to move to supportive housing, or even to move on into a rent supplement situation? Have you got enough resources in the budget for that kind of, aggressive casework?
The last question.
Through the chair, and thanks for the question. Through part of our enhancement asked through the 2022 budget, we are seeking additional support for our coordinated access system, which is really looking at who is in the shelter system and who is prepared for housing and matching those individuals to that housing. I will say that the Omicron situation we're in right now has diverted some of that casework and frontline staff from doing some of that housing work to some of the frontline services. But, we do hope very quickly as Omicron will leave us soon, hopefully, that we can get back to that casework and get people ready with the ID, income supports, and a proper assessment to understand what their support needs are in housing.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Gordon. Thank you for the work you're doing. Next, we're going to go to court services. Questions on court services? Seeing a few thumbs up there, so I think we're going once, twice. Okay, we're okay on court services. Senior services, long-term care. We'll start with Councillor Carroll.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I see, in terms of the update, the budget will have been drafted before the onset of Omicron, and I see that this budget is balanced sort of conditionally. Within the budget, there is still provincial funding outstanding of 18 million, of which only 1.5 have been received. Has that amount that we need from them, the 18 million, has that been updated in any way, and the ask updated, or is 18 million still enough to suffice for the 2022 year?
Thank you very much for the question. And through the chair, I'm just going to ask my colleague Christy to actually respond to that. Christy or Dana?
It's Dana here through the chair. We are continuing to work with the province and are expecting additional funding will be provided. To date, the province has been very good in ensuring all costs are being covered, and we do anticipate that to continue. Okay.
And I just need a little clarity around the extra funding for the emotion centered care. There's a sum coming from the province for that. But there's also a pretty significant city amount coming there. Are we funding some of the additional staff that are delivering the care, or is that just to administrate this new enhanced program?
Right. Thank you very much for the question. And through the chair, the gap that's actually in the budget between what the province is providing and what we need from the city is actually related to a couple of different pieces. One is all long-term care homes get the same amount of per diem from the province. The city happens to pay higher salaries to its employees, because of our union agreements. And also there's a difference between, worked hours and paid hours. And so the provincial dollars actually are not covering things like vacation and sick time, those benefits. So that's where the gap is.
Wow. I wasn't going to order any briefing notes, Mr. Chair, but I'm kind of blown away right now. I did not know that. Thank you. If I can turn to capital,
Yes.
Two things in capital. the state of good repair work in our own homes, it's been deeply affected, I would assume, by the restrictions around COVID-19. When you're really trying to protect the residents, you can't have, you know, small capital work, state of good repair types of things marching through the floor. So that makes sense. But is there a strategy? You can also, when you have to do that for a period of time, you can kind of lose the capacity to spend those dollars. Do we have in place sort of a gear up strategy so that as we come out of Omicron and we're told the numbers are going to drop sharply, do we have a sort of a remobilizing plan to get that state of good repair amount back up in 2022 in our homes?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carroll. And through the chair, yes, absolutely, we have a pandemic recovery plan in place. I'm going to hand this over to Dana to actually speak to the state of good repair planning.
Okay.
Thank you, and through the chair, Councillor Carroll, we had done a lot of reprioritization of projects that were planned and would create a significant impact in the homes for a couple of reasons. First of all, contractors were very reluctant to come in and work within the long-term care homes. And we were also reluctant to having them there, and through provincial legislation became very restricted on who we could actually have in the building. So we were able to try and reprioritize some of the projects and focus on projects that were not being done or that were not as high a priority for us, and move them and advance them. So we were able to do a little bit of juggling with our capital plan. So the state of good repair does have a backlog, and the backlog did increase slightly, but we're very confident that we're going to be able to get caught back up in the next year or two. By 2023, we're hoping to have our state of good repair back down to about 1.8%.
So quick question. You may have noticed, Mr. Chair, that I've asked this in a couple of divisions, and the reason I'm asking it is I'm worried that there might be a collision course between our new approach to capital, which is budgeting to ability to spend, and those who in some cases uniquely had an inability to spend during COVID. I'm worried that that will get lost in the shuffle because for some of our divisions and agencies, they could do more in capital, particularly in state of good repair, while people were staying home. In other places, they could do far less. They met supply chain issues, or in this case, infection control issues. So I'm hoping that that new approach to budgeting to ability to spend is not going to cause a problem in 2023, that they can gear up when the time comes. Is that your sense dealing with finance staff, Mr. Tull?
Yes, it is.
Okay, super. Okay, thanks, Mr.
For
Chair.
clarity, they've been very supportive in ensuring our capital projects move forward and have the funding needed.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Nunziata.
I just have one question. I heard an announcement made by the province recently that in the provincial long-term care, that is mandatory for staff to have the booster shots. Is it the same in ours?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, yes, absolutely. The Ministry of Long-Term Care has oversight for all long-term care homes in the province, and that includes the city homes. And yes, we have been running clinics in our long-term care homes to ensure that staff have easy access to getting their third booster.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I have a few questions myself, Jennifer. With regard to the new and enhanced on the motion of person-based care enhancement, we're looking at investment. Can you just remind me the numbers again? The net and the bodies, I guess, or the staffing.
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The net on this is. Excuse me, for the direct care is 14.9 million, with training at 1.2, with a total of 16.1 million.
And how many wise? How many will be adding?
I'm sorry. how many
Staffing. How many people?
staffing? I'm sorry, pardon me. Pardon me. We'll be adding 272 staff.
Okay, so this is a significant investment, of course, that
Yes, it
we're
is.
looking at doing. Okay, can you sort of break down a little bit when you're looking at above and beyond what the ministry expectations are? I know they're increasing their hours of care as well. So, but this, as you mentioned, the council care is above and beyond that. So can you, if we didn't do this at all, this new enhancement, we would still be increasing our hours or level of care outside of this investment. Is that correct?
That is correct, that we would be increasing the hours, but we would actually fail to meet the ministry mandated target to get to the 3.25 hours of direct nursing care.
Okay, so this new investment will not only do that, but so when you're looking at really what will be new, what are we going to be, and this gets into what the emotion or person-centered care is. What would we be doing? Frankly, we'll probably be a leader in this. That wouldn't be in any other provincial facility. What are we bringing forward in this new investment that is, in many respects, going to be leaders in this environment?
Yeah, oops, sorry. Thank you very much for the question. So the approach to care has 8 elements in it to help us to achieve this goal. So along with increasing our staff ratio, we're also looking at investing in staff education, learning, and development. We're also engaging stakeholders, families, and experts as part of this solution and bringing in the new model of care. We're looking at changing the physical environment to become more home-like. The goal is actually to have optimal living in our long-term care homes. And the emotion-centered programs and activities are going to be part of that. We're also looking at improving the dining experience, making it more flexible, making it more culturally appropriate with the food choices that we're offering. We've also going to implement what we're calling care coaches, which are a group of staff who've had additional training on top of the base training that they will all receive to support the building of the relationships between the residents and staff. And ultimately, we're going to have this evaluated, academically by a third party to ensure that we've got evidence to support the outcomes that we're hoping to achieve with this. So highly personalized care, more direct care hours, more of a home-like environment, and this is all driving towards having the city becoming a center of excellence in senior services and long-term care.
Thank you. As part of moving forward on this model of care, you've developed what's called, I think it's more of a Toronto model. Can you talk about how it differs so there are a number of models out there. Yeah, we've had a few conversations about this. There's Eden, there's Greenhouse, there's Butterfly, a number of different, if you want to call it, templates that are already there, but you're choosing to look towards more a Toronto-centric model. So can you talk a bit about why you're doing that, and is it much more efficient? I sometimes think that you go towards a template, it's probably cheaper or less expensive, but you're going with the Toronto model. So you can just talk a bit about why that is the right investment that we'll be making.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you very much. In 2019, Senior Services and Long-Term Care commissioned an internationally renowned researcher and long-term care expert, Dr. Pat Armstrong, to review best practices, including some of the models that you've just mentioned in long-term care, and to provide a recommendation to our division. Through this review, Dr. Armstrong and her team identified that there wasn't actually a single model that was available that could appropriately meet the needs of the city's 2,600 plus residents across our 10 long-term care homes. Many of the existing models like Greenhouse, Eden, or the Butterfly model, which is actually focused solely on dementia, are not necessarily appropriate to respond to the wide range of needs we see in the residents in our city-operated homes. Similarly, Dr. Armstrong found that the existing models lacked consideration for diversity in culture, language, sexual orientation, etc., and therefore could not be responsive to our diverse residents who are reflective of the diverse population within the city. just a quote from Pat Armstrong was that, in short, from her report, the evidence indicates that there isn't one perfect model. One considerable variation exists, not only among models, but among their practical implementation in our homes. Moreover, the models outlined here and the research on them do not address the wide cultural diversity of the population of the sort in Toronto. So given Dr. Armstrong's recommendation that senior services and long-term care develop a unique made in Toronto approach to care, which includes all the best practices from some of the other models, but also incorporates considerations for diversity and equity to ensure the lived experience and backgrounds of all residents are respected, celebrated, and integrated into the care response. Since this review, senior services and long-term care have been engaged with families and staff to formalize this Made in Toronto approach, and a pilot is currently rolling out at Lakeshore Lodge, the Lakeshore Lodge long-term care home. And with this new model, we're taking a bold and innovative step towards providing the highest quality of person-centered care. This work represents a complete culture change and requires dedicated resources, time, and leadership, but we know it's worth the investment to support our seniors. The emotion-centered model actually is foundational as a building block for transforming long-term care. And we're not going to be able to transform the system if we don't actually transform our people. And all this is needed if we're going to actually regain the trust and confidence of our residents, our families, and the community.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Seeing no other questions on seniors long-term care, let's go next to social development, finance, and administration. Questions on SDFA, sorry. Visiting councilors first. Let me see if they're available. Councilor Wong Tam. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And hopefully my audio and visual does not cut out. Denise, it's great to see you. Thank you very much for all that you and your team do. Just exceptional work. I just want to start off by maybe asking a question about the neighborhood improvement areas. It sounds to me that your group is going to be re-looking at the neighborhood improvement areas, probably trying to catch some that didn't make it the first round. I'm just wondering about the evaluation criteria. Is that going to change? Because obviously COVID might have hit communities disproportionately across the city, and those who have been hurting might be hurting even more, and those who might have just not made that NIA boundary qualification will probably now be tipped over. Can you explain how that new process will work?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through the chair, certainly to your point, COVID has had a dramatic impact not only on neighborhoods across the city, but also on the type of work that we are doing in social development and supporting across the organization and with community partners to respond. So while we had started a reassessment process to look at neighborhood equity and how we designate neighborhoods, and that's a collaborative piece that we have to do with other organizations like United Way, we now need to move forward with that work at some point that takes into account all the things that we've learned through the pandemic, the changes within neighborhoods, the changes with community agencies, and the model that we've created in terms of the community coordination plan. I will say, Councillor, that this work is, while it's very important in terms of the designation, our focus right now is about responding to communities and with community agencies through the community coordination plan. It isn't about the designations at this point.
Okay, but you know I've been trying to get St. Jamestown designated as a neighborhood improvement area. Is that likely, the evaluation, is that likely to happen in 2022, whether? No, it's not.
No, I'm sorry, Councillor. We've had to make some tough choices about prioritizing our resources, and especially with this unexpected wave of Omicron and the work that we're still doing around vaccination engagement. we don't have the capacity to do a full-scale review and redesignation work in 2022. It is work that is on the horizon that we would look forward to trying to do in 2023. We also need our community partners to have the capacity to actively participate in that review, and right now they don't have the capacity either.
Okay, well, I'm really glad I asked that question. I'm going to loop back with you offline just to understand what will be the alternative while we wait for the designation. My next question is regarding the Community Crisis Support Program. The operations will begin this year. Very excited to hear that. You've got 3 full-time staff persons coming on and about $8.5 million that are going to go into sort of community investments. Can you describe what those community investments will be, and will those funds be proportionate to the designated areas?
So without preempting a report that's coming forward to will be released tomorrow, I will try not to preempt too much. But to your point, Councillor, through the budget, we are finalizing the team of 7, actually, ultimately, within the unit, a manager and 6 staff to support and advance the work. We are receiving an additional $8.5 million in investments that will support our anchor pilot, our anchor leads within each of the 4 pilot areas and their conglomerate of community partners to actually develop and deliver the community crisis response work within the 4 pilots. Those resources also include the opportunity for evaluation, which is critical to determine what our next steps will be.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to pivot a little bit and ask about the Downtown East Action Plan. Obviously, it was a 5-year plan. It was designed and created before the pandemic. The Downtown East, as you know, we carry the lion's share of shelters for the entire city. We become the regional deposit area for people who are looking for housing and shelter. And I'm just very curious because the plan is now outdated just because of the pandemic impact. What can we do to ensure that the residents and the communities in the Downtown East can be properly supported through perhaps a revisiting of the plan in 2022? Just because there isn't that work being done, and yet I know we're really struggling here.
Your last question.
Sure.
So thank you, Councillor, for the question. And I don't need to certainly tell you how important that this work is and how important it has been to keep evolving the responses, particularly the coordinated responses that the city is taking with other businesses and service providers within the area. Since Deputy City Manager Paul Johnson joined the service area, I know he's been spending a lot of time with us, with yourself, and with some of the core service partners in the area to try to understand better what some of the issues are, what our successes have been, but also how we can refine the work moving forward to have greater impact. So what I can say at this point is we're very aware of the impacts that the pandemic has had in the Downtown East. And there are active planning, strategic conversations happening with our DCM and with core partners inside and outside the city to start to refine what our approach is and needs to be moving forward. And definitely continued conversations with you will be an important part of determining what we do next in the Downtown East.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thanks, Denise. I was listening with interest on your update on the Community Crisis Response Program, and congratulations on getting those pilots cemented. We've had a number of conversations about whether you had sufficient resources to work with community organizations that are interested in expanding to add additional pilots. Does this budget contain the staff resources you need to help them develop those pilots?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Perks. So at this point, the very important focus of the work on the Community Crisis Support Service is to deliver the first 4 pilot sites. And so to that end, I'm very confident in the level of resources that I have both for internal staff capacity to support that and for the community infrastructure required to launch those 4 sites. Expansion will not be recommended until we get a little bit farther and have some of our evaluation. However, as you will see in the staff report that comes forward tomorrow, there is a recommendation included in it to create a mechanism that allows us to take in interest from community agencies now who are interested in working with us on future expansions, so that when we would be able to analyze them and select, so that when we are ready for expansion, those partners are lined up. But I would say at this point, money is not, the funding is not an issue for us to move forward with the scope of work that's in front of us.
Thank you, Denise. 6 months ago, I asked you for two things. I asked you, well, actually one thing. I asked you to give me a sense of how much money would be necessary for you to have the staff resources so that you could work with communities who are interested in additional pilots such that they would be ready to implement them in 2023. In other words, have the staff available this year so that in the event that your evaluation says do more, everybody's ready to go for 2023. I asked you that in August. You asked me to wait until the budget was released. The budget has now been released. What is the amount of money you need, and is it in this budget?
So the amount of money I need to do the scope of work that's in front of us, I have.
No.
I understand the question,
okay,
Councillor.
Then don't come back with that. I asked you how much money you need.
Yes.
In order to have the staff resources to work with community organizations to develop additional pilot projects that will be ready to go in 2023. How much money is that, and is it in your budget?
So, Councillor, I can't answer how much money is required for each new pilot site. That is not something that we can answer at this moment, because there is a number of considerations that we have to take into consideration and give you back, you as council back feedback before we are ready to expand. I'm happy to continue to have this conversation, but we have a mechanism that's embedded in this, the city manager's report to executive and to council about how we could move forward with community agencies that are ready to pre-qualify them. That is as far as we can go right now. So I do in this budget have the capacity to move forward to pre-qualify agencies who are interested and ready in expansion. I do not have a full citywide budget projection for you about the program, because we're in very early stages, and we need to go through the next number of months in order and analyze those before we can come to you with a much more refined projection.
Okay, let me understand this pre-qualification thing. So the conversations you and I have been to work with community organizations so that they can do all the pre-development work, so that they understand and you understand what would be necessary to bring a proposal that would meet all the city's requirements for launching a new pilot. Is that what you mean by pre-qualification, or are you just going to do something less than that?
Essentially that, Councillor. I think the only adjustment I would make is to say what the city would require in all of its facet around expansion, because again, we are at the very beginning of a process. The pilots aren't live. They won't be live till this spring and by mid-year. For the do no harm principle that is guiding this work, it's very important for us to move forward with the pilots, evaluate before we can fully cement this is all the requirements we need in order to do the next stage of expansion. But in essence, yes, Councillor, we have an ability, should council agree with our recommendation in the forthcoming reports, to begin to work with agencies to get them ready through a pre-qualification process. And that will speed up our ability to expand when we have enough information and a recommendation to council is solid that maintains that do no harm principle.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Denise. Let's take it into committee. Questions? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Denise. I think you answered some of the questions. I had similar ones about the NIA report, and sad to see that's pushed. My question is the violence prevention grants that rolled out a couple of years ago. What is the status of those programs? I know many of those organizations had to pivot what they were planning to do with those funds. So I'm just wondering, what is the status of that program, and will there be more of that? Have people been given extensions? So what's happening there?
So thank you for the question, Councillor McKelvey. So in the SafeTO implementation report that is being released tomorrow, there's a more detailed status report on the youth violence prevention grants. But essentially, when council approved the funding, just over $2 million funding envelope for these grants, it was approved as base funding, which allows us to continue this program and this focus. And with SafeTO, we actually need to leverage that youth violence prevention grant network to support us in some of our ongoing efforts. So while many of the programs have pivoted, they continue. I don't have the details of, we did an assessment. I don't have those details right in front of me, but they'll be available tomorrow morning. We're evaluating the programs. A lot of the activity is actually quite helpful. And they are approaching their third year of granting. There is a question before us as to whether the commitment was originally 3 years to each grantee. So there's a question before us as to whether we continue with all or some, and then do an open call for all or some. And so those are questions that we will be reviewing, and then provide an update to council with our recommendations for how we move forward on that grant. But we certainly see them as important. They are active, and they will have increasing importance as we do the community safety and well-being plan.
So roughly when would you report back on that? I guess my question is there more money in this, is there money in this year for that base commitment? And now it's just a matter of who's continuing or going. So that's included in this budget?
Yes, it is. Okay. In the base.
Crisis response units, I know you're going to have more about that tomorrow. So there are, Ward 25 was one of the ones early on that was identified for an area for a pilot. So how many pilots are there, and is there any expansion? Like, are you building that into the budget for next year's expansion or future expansion? So how does that factor into the budget process?
So the current budget is for the 4 pilot sites, Councillor. But we will need to have some clarity by mid-year, mid to Q3, so that we can figure out what's the recommendation or the request that we're making to council about what 2023 looks like in terms of the model and its implementation. Again, I'm remiss if I don't keep saying that the core of it, I appreciate the interest from both council and community for us to move as fast as possible and to expand as fast as possible. That is our goal too, but it's secondary to ensuring that we have a program that is strong, safe, reliable, and consistent across the city. And so that is priority number 1. Expansion will become part of that priority.
Okay, and yeah, no, I agree with you. I think making sure this model works and can be tweaked so it can be rolled out appropriately is important. So so that's why I was just, if they're just really getting started now, I was wondering when you might find out some of that information to start to think about next year and the year after. But realistically, a lot of that decision making, you may not be able to expand much next year. Maybe the 4 pilots as they are, but I don't know if you could take on whole new areas next year, for example.
That is an open question, okay. Councillor McKelvey. If you recall, my original proposal last year at this time was that we pilot in the first 4 sites for several years before we expanded. That obviously is not the wish or intention of City Council, so I'm fully aware. So I can't predict, only because we're just going live shortly. But we are pursuing an active evaluation process and collaboration with the partners and internally, so that I will be able to say in the 2023 budget whether we're at a standstill in order to deepen the pilot work, or whether we're ready for some kind of enhancement or expansion.
Okay, and then I don't know if I can squeak in one more. I'm going to try. The anti-Black racism strategy, those recommendations, when would we might see the next report on that? And I don't know how long was the work plan on it, or how far you've gotten through the work plan, but I guess what's included in this year's budget for that?
So thank you to the chair for the question, Councillor McKelvey. So the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Action Plan is a 5-year action plan. We are completing year 3. There is a status report intended for council in sometime in Q1. It might just shift a little bit given the emergency response we're all currently in. This budget, there is a number of initiatives that advance confronting anti-Black racism across a number of divisions, from staffing resources in SDFA to Black food sovereignty resources in Housing Secretariat and Economic Development, and a number of other investments to other divisions. So this budget includes some important advancement, including the beginning of a Black funding framework with just over $500,000 for us to begin doing some long-term stable funding for Black mandated organizations. So we're in good stead. We are we will start this year to think about what the next term action plan needs to be for the Confronting Anti-Black Racism work, and to give council some indication of that in the next term.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you so much, Denise, for presenting your budget. You just gave a list of some of the other stuff you do at SDFA, because many of your questions have been about one new, very important program that you've managed to continue to advance, which is fantastic. I'm going to ask about some of the other stuff, if you don't mind, just really quickly. Fair Pass program. What's going on this year? Where does it sit? And where are we going?
So the Fair Pass program, this year we are expanding to 2 groups. So council gave us permission in the 2021 process to expand to the rent gear to income group of residents. It took us a while to figure out the back end work to make that possible, and the current emergency that we're in has sort of delayed that, but we are ready to do that.
You have to give me, it's just life pep talk.
We are also, there is a recommendation within my budget to eliminate an administrative barrier within the ODSP client support group, so that they can also, those who are receiving current transportation supports, up to $100, excuse me, $100, would be able to access this program as well. That's an important addition, and it will sort of allow us to streamline administrations easily. Then the other mammoth task of the work for Fair Pass is to advance the automated income verification program. You've heard me say this in past council and budget meetings, because we absolutely see that technology with our Revenue Canada as critical for our ability to not add a whole bunch of administrative burden, to then move to phase 3, which is all low-income all low-income folks that meet our threshold, which is the low-income measure plus 15%. So we are working with Revenue Services internally. They are doing using the AIV technology right now. We need some enhancements to make it work better for low-income people. Once that is in place, with our expectation is that it needs to be in place this year, I will be coming forward in the 2023 process with some recommendations to council for around full expansion. We have revised costing about what full expansion would look like financially, and perhaps the consideration of a phase 4, which would be a deepening of the discount.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just
Oh.
writing that down.
Okay.
So we're waiting on the automated income verification program. We don't need permissions from another level of government. It's just us figuring out the back end.
We are working with Revenue Canada. So there are some tweaks we need, and we need us and Revenue Canada to agree to those tweaks. But
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Gender Equity Office strategy. Is it funded in 2022?
The gender equity strategy is being led through People and Equity, through the Equity Human Rights division within People and Equity. So that is a better.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
No, that's
My
okay. We work
there.
very closely on all these pieces.
Can we talk about CPIP grants?
Yes.
What is the increase this year for CPIP grants? Is there an inflationary increase?
Yes, there is a 1% inflationary increase. In 2020, you agreed to bake that increase every year within my base budget. So that's why you no longer see it. It's just automatically happens now. There is also an increase that $500,000 for the Black mandated funding framework. And as you will see when the Indigenous Affairs Office comes, we work together on another increase for a Indigenous funding framework as well. That will be to support the Reconciliation Action Plan, and SDFA will administer those fundings.
So I don't know where it is, but at some space there's a decrease in it. Let me find the reference. I'll bring that question back to you. But did we bake in a 1% increase or an inflationary increase?
A 1% annual inflationary increase. So it's just it's COLA, I guess, inflation adjustment. 1% is baked in.
But I'm wondering if what language we used at council would have been incredibly critical here, because inflation is actually closer to 3% now, or like depending on the month. So I'm wondering what, because that to me screams decrease of 2% to our CPIP, because we're not meeting our inflationary. It's not real inflation. We're just kind of saying it's inflationary, not actually advancing it. So that's I'm going to go back and find that language. You said that was 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Hi, yeah. My question about the NIA program, Councillor Wong Tam already asked, because along with St. Jamestown, I've added in that motion an evaluation of the Peanut neighborhood, but it's not work we can start in the community without being done with lockdowns. I get that. On the Fair Pass, very detailed explanation there of where we are in the phasing, but I'm wondering about the real dollars, not just the points that we're doing, but the real dollars that we're realizing into the budget to fund it. Are we basing that on an average ridership that goes back to the before times, or are we looking at current estimates and ridership staying low for a period of time in 2022? How are we using the information we can get from TTC to make sure that we're putting enough real dollars in for the Fair Pass? Or are you saying these are the qualifications for it, but we're limiting the number of people we'll be able to award the benefit to by limiting it to in line with ridership?
So, Councillor Carroll, thank you. That's a great question. We have been refining our numbers and our projections over the last few years, and especially related to the pandemic. We've been working with TTC and their ridership data to refine our projections. Over the course of the pandemic, low-income Torontonians have maintained a higher TTC ridership rate than the overall public.
Right.
but it's still about 40% lower than what it was in pre-pandemic rates for Fair Pass users. So as a result, our subsidy is underspent. So there is room in our current budget to do the expansions that we're talking about. We don't subscribe to a capping philosophy, so that's not part of it. Our estimations project that we have room to expand to RGI recipients to eliminate this administrative barrier for OW and ODSP folks and have greater take up.
Yeah.
And then we will be, we're refining our phase 3 estimates, which were done in 2020. So many things have changed. And so we'll have a new projection for council around what phase 3 will cost to implement.
Okay, so if to simplify that and put it in, I don't know, I'm putting it in less flattering terms. Basically what you're saying is we haven't really fully funded the Fair Pass program. We're able, because of this unique circumstance, to proceed with the phase without having to put a lot of new dollars in. But the outlook for 2023-24, we have to be prepared to, or we're going to have to end up turning back criteria that we're planning to offer starting this year. Am I right about that future year's outlook?
No, I don't think so, Councillor. I would say that we have our projections, earlier projections before we actually started the program they weren't inflated, but our experience has suggested we needed to tighten them. So when I came forward with this in 2016, I told council that the full expansion would cost between 40 to 50 million. We're seeing it to be far less than that based on actual ridership levels, what the take-up rate is, numbers of low-income Torontonians, TTC ridership projections now, a number of variables. So we're just getting tighter and clearer with our experience to actually be able to give you much stronger projections. So we can expand within phase 1 and phase 2, which is where we are now, and not have long-term impact. When we come for phase 3, we may have be talking, you know, I threw out an option perhaps about a phase 4, which might be deepening the discount. Because while this program is important and it's helpful, it's still very high for a lot of low-income folks to be able to access.
Okay, thank you. That makes it very clear. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Denise. I appreciate all your work and effort. That takes care of Community and Social Services. Next on the list is Toronto Community Housing Corp. We're going to be doing a presentation with questions after that. And then after that, we'll be doing questions on the accountability officers. So I don't know if
thank you, Chair Crawford and
PCHC
councillors.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Crawford and councillors, for the opportunity to present our budget today. I believe Raymond's just going to be putting up the presentation. And as he is, I just wanted to say thank you very much to SSHA and Finance. The collaboration that we received in the development of the budget documents was truly helpful and has resulted in the document that's before you today. Next slide, please, Raymond. We have two streams of focus from a community housing perspective, operating from a tenant services, building operations, community safety and support, and capital from building repair and development capital. Next slide, Raymond. And from an overall priorities, we're focused on providing a positive tenant experience, quality homes, and vibrant communities. As a result of these priorities, some of the outcomes that we hope to achieve are tenants benefiting from quality homes, receiving consistent services to meet their needs, and feeling safe in their communities. Next, thank you. Thanks, Raymond. We have 4 pillars that we measure from a service quality indicator perspective. They're cleaning, building maintenance, tenancy management, community safety and supports. We measure these, of course, from a staff perspective, but this year we've also included tenants measuring them as well. It's resulted in a very rich conversation between our frontline staff and our tenants to ensure that we're focused in the right areas to deliver the best services possible. Next slide, please, Raymond. From a facility condition index perspective, we're doing very well to the target of 2026 in achieving a 10% facility condition index and our buildings being in a state of good repair. We do have significant risks and challenges, like the city, of course, from a COVID-19 perspective. We're projecting 13.1 million in shortfall from a revenue, mainly driven by reduced tenant incomes at about 9.8 million, and approximately 2.1 million we're expecting in increase in arrears and unpaid fees. From a COVID-19 related expenses, it's approximately 13.7 million that we're projecting, mainly through the increased cleaning, PPE, and we've seen significant increases, of course, in utility consumption and in items as such. We have a number of non-COVID related pressures as well, including we saw a substantial increase in utility rates for 2022 and service contracts. Obviously, we've got our collective agreement pay increases in mortgage P&I, the delivery of the integrated service model, and we're transferring more units from a market rental unit over to RGI. All of these combined, of course, are presenting a significant pressure to the city subsidy. Our priorities, as we have been working on, is the service delivery model. We have 88 hubs that we're trying to have in place as quickly as possible to deliver services much more effectively to our tenants, much more locally to them, so that they will receive a response quicker and easier. It also allows us to build a stronger relationship between our frontline staff and our tenants. And certainly we're focused on empowering our frontline staff to get as much done as possible. We mentioned the integrated service model earlier. We continue to partner with the city to put it in place to improve outcomes for our tenants in our seniors portfolio. We continue to work with the city on the transition of the scattered homes and over to a new permanent management by nonprofit housing providers. From a capital plan, we had mentioned earlier that we are doing well to the target of 2026 and achieving the 10% facility condition index. And from a climate change perspective, we continue to implement the projects focused on reducing impact to the climate. Next slide. And from here, Chair Crawford, I'll hand it over to Roseanne. She'll go through the details of our operating and capital budgets.
Thank you, Jake. And I'll take us through the numbers. So this table provides us with a high-level view of the operating budget. The 2021 projections here are the results as of September, and we've projected a shortfall of 33.5 million, with 31.9 million of that related to COVID. For 2022, it's a $26.8 million budget. It is a break-even base budget, including one-time expenses of 9.5 million and $26.8 million of COVID-related impacts. So the COVID impact is included in the city's overall COVID budget of 1.4 billion. Okay, where our money comes from to fund our operating budget, the majority of the funding comes from TCHC revenue sources. So that makes up 56.8% of our revenue, or 374.3 million. And this is substantially from tenants' rents. The city subsidy for 2022 is $284.8 million, and that's made up of the operating subsidy of 275.3 million and one-time funding of 9.5 million that will be funding for our one-time costs. And this shows a little bit more detail of our operating budget. I went through some of the numbers previously, but this is a bit more in detail. I'll start from the left, 2020 actuals. The shortfall was $11.7 million, and that was mainly due to, we had a $24.8 million COVID expenses impact, and that was offset with surplus from our base. For our 2021 projection, that was the $33.5 million I referenced previously. And then the 2022 budget is the overall shortfall of 26.8. So this just gives us a little bit more detail in terms of the line items. Okay, moving on to the next slide, and moving on to capital budget. For our capital budget, our portfolio consists of 58,500 units in 2,100 buildings and with an impact value of $10.5 billion. For the 10-year capital budget, the building repair capital is $350 million for 2022, and this is consistent with 2021, with our 10-year plan totaling $2.5 billion. Now, $1.6 billion of that is funded by the city, and that's shown here in the last line. And the remainder is funded through a combination of CMHC loans and grants. Development capital is $97.7 million for 2022, with our 10-year plan totaling $724 million for our rebite projects. Next slide. Okay, this slide shows a breakdown of the different components of the capital budget for where the funding comes from and where the money goes. The total capital program for 2022 is $447.7 million. Now, $350 million is the building repair capital and $97.7 is the development, with about $224.9 million or 50% of our total spend going towards planned capital. In terms of the funding for the program, the city funding of $160 million accounts for the largest component, and that's followed by the CMHC funding, which is the loans and grants combined. And development funding is a combination of grants, land sales, and shares of profits from the sale of our developer market buildings. Okay, now this shows a bit more detail of our 10-year capital program, totaling $3.3 billion. This shows the various categories of spend and what some of the examples of the type of work within each of them. The average age of our portfolio is over 40 years. So this is reflected in the majority of the spend, 50.5% or $1.6 billion of our spend goes towards planned capital to maintain our buildings. So some of the examples you'll see in there are envelope, HVAC, the plumbing, and the roofing. 20.9% or $682.7 million is on our demand capital, and the remaining is on energy programs and other capital. Last column for our 10-year development capital is $724.1 million, and this is for our council-approved in-flight revitalization projects. Okay, so moving from where our 10-year capital program spend looks like, this gives an overview of how it will be funded. Our 10-year capital program is $3.3 billion. The city funding accounts for 49% of the funding at $1.6 billion or $106 million annually. The federal funding is $957.4 million total. This is the remaining CMHC National Housing Co-Investment Fund. We're in year 3 of it. And that's a combination of the loans and grants. The other funding is primarily revenue from our in-flight revite projects. We currently have a shortfall shown here in our 10-year development capital program of approximately $211.3 million, with the net unfunded amount of 91.8, as 116 million of that is anticipated to be received outside of the 10 years. So you don't see that within this 10-year number. The amount, this amount of 211 is included in the capital needs constraints. Okay, and we have focused our projects on climate lens energy conservation projects. TCHC has implemented and has a number of ongoing projects that focus on energy conservation and the reduction of GHG emissions. So this list gives an example of the ongoing and completed projects over the years, and we do have quite a large number of them. In our 10-year building repair capital plan, we have amounts included for these types of projects, and that was a subset of the $1.3 billion that we have allocated towards energy and accessibility. And this gives an example of the energy savings that we have for, these are actual energy reductions and GHG reductions for 2020. The baseline is the average consumption and gas emissions over the 2013 to 2017 period. And we will continue to look at projects to bring down the carbon footprint to save money. And we've partnered with the city agency, that the Atmospheric Fund, on a number of projects utilizing their expertise and funding opportunities. So we'll continue to invest in this area as we look for potential projects. Okay, and that brings us to the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Roseanne. If we can get the screen up, we'll go to questions. I guess outside councilors, if we have any with us that may have questions. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And through you to our CEO at TCHC, it's nice to see you, Jag, and Roseanne, thank you for your presentation. I'm just curious about the amount of money that you anticipate from the federal government. So there's obviously clearly a shortfall, you've just identified that. But are there any indications that we're going to be getting more funding?
Sorry, the shortfall is a COVID-related shortfall. That is part of the city's ask of in their COVID envelope for 1.4 billion.
Sorry, I may have misspoke, but I'm talking about the TCHC repair backlog. I apologize.
So Councillor Wong-Tam, I believe that is a plan funded right through to 2026 through a combination of CMHC funding and city support, where the plan is fully funded out to the end of 2026. Is that, Roseanne, anything to add?
Yeah, so I believe, Councillor, through the chair, that you are referencing the unfunded related to the development projects. So the building repair capital program is fully funded. The revite projects are not fully funded. We do have a shortfall that has been included in the city's capital needs constraints model for the 10 years. We will be partnering with the Housing Secretariat, as well as looking at potential CMHC funding, as well as partnering with City Finance to look for sources of how that shortfall will be funded.
And is there a timeline for that? Because I know that there's obviously development timelines. There's the third-party contractors you're all working with. What are the drop dead dates to secure that funding?
So the first shortfall we'll see is 2024. So we have about 2 years to address that.
And that's for which Revite project?
Mainly it's Regent Park.
Yeah. And is that for
phase 4 and 5?
Phase 4 and 5. And so there's 2 years to come up with the balance of funding based on the current approved envelope for the density and massing as of today.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And is the anticipation that how will those funds be recovered?
Sorry.
So I believe that's the work we're undertaking now, Councillor Wong-Tam, is to look at options. We're not only working with the city's finance team to have those discussions, but as Roseanne had indicated, looking to see if there's other models that we can employ in order to reduce that shortfall.
Thank you, Jarek. Is it primarily an expectation that the city will cover that shortfall? Or is there another request going out to another order of government?
So we haven't reached out, I believe, to other levels of government at this time, but we will be putting our minds to what it is that we need to do in the short term.
Thank you. And so have other orders of government not participated in the revitalizations before, whether it's Regent Park 1, 2, and 3, or Alexander Park, or Lawrence? Has that not already been explored?
Some of it has been explored with the Housing Secretary and trying to get additional funding for affordable units through the CMHC route. So I know that our development team has worked with Abby as well in the Housing Secretary's office to explore that avenue.
And can I just ask, why are you why is TCHC not going directly to the federal government? Is there a reason why you're going through the housing secretary? Because when Abby shows up, she's got a request. Her portfolio request is very broad. She's asking for everything under the sun. With you folks, when you show up, you're saying TCHC units, this is my priority. Social housing is where you want the investments. And not that Abby's not going to do a great job, but I'm just curious to know, is there a reason why we're going through that channel?
So I don't know that I could answer the question completely. I don't know. I don't think it's that we haven't. I think we were challenged from a timing perspective to be successful to for some funding through CMHC for the affordable housing units that we're looking at. However, we are looking for other opportunities to look at how we can fund that shortfall now as well.
Okay, and my final question, just because I know I'm going to be out of time, is regarding the wait list. I think based on the numbers that we have, we've made about a 1.25% decrease in the social housing wait list, basically by the number of people that has been housed. Is there a way for us to get that number to go up so we're housing people faster? Can we be doing more? And you are our housing provider, so I'm asking you the question.
So I do know, and Roseanne, certainly we can, I know we have others with us, John Anka, I'm not sure whether you'd want to join us for this response. I know and I apologize, I can't recall the name of the program, but where it's in conjunction.
Rapid housing.
The Rapid Housing Initiative, we are certainly looking to help move individuals through the shelter system into vacant units that we have, and we've achieved great success with that. There's also a new choice-based letting system for tenancy for people on the wait list, and I believe that pilot is underway. I don't know the results of the pilot, but we're anticipating good results through it, and it will improve people's ability to gain tenancy quicker. And we also, from an operational perspective, this is a monthly conversation to review not only different campaign opportunities, but strategies to manage vacancies, to reduce the vacancy levels as effectively as possible and as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So just to add to that, the rapid rehousing, I do have some numbers. We did lease 665 units under the rapid rehousing program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne.
Committee members, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. This is on the special constable program. There's can you tell me how much is being spent on the alternative response unit versus the special constable program?
I will need to look those numbers up and get through. I'll get back to you, Councillor.
Okay, I think that most of my questions were along those lines. So and it was really just like understanding better how that investment's being made, and if work is being done with the city, with SDFA and Denise's team on the safety pilots that the city's running.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Layton. I was listening in earlier, and I certainly caught the attention for the pilots through Denise's team, and I've commented to the team that we want to be sure that we're connecting. We're also focused on looking at our communities and categorizing them from a high risk to a stable community and ensuring that we're deploying our resources most effectively. But that would align with our community safety unit staff deployment, as well as opportunities to look at where we could collaborate with the different city organizations in order to take on potential opportunities to improve in, say, a high needs community.
Okay, that's it for me.
We can certainly brief you outside of this meeting as well. We can collect some more information if you would like.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just on that point. So maybe you can just elaborate a bit about what we've done at Toronto Housing as far as the community safety committees and how there have been committees formed in certain areas where we have a high violence, and they're working with TCH staff and with the tenants.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. And absolutely, through our Tenant Services Committee, we have a subcommittee focused on community safety advisory. That subcommittee is currently working through a number of data sets in order to ensure we have the right categorization for the different developments and communities. But that work is being done in order to look at how we're deploying our resources, how we can ensure that we are looking at all the metrics that we have, and essentially developing a plan in order to have more impact on those communities through more effective resource deployment.
And that's also in partnership with the Toronto Police as well, those committees.
Absolutely, it is with Toronto Police Services as well, and certainly SSHA is involved. And we, the name of the gentleman is eluding me, but we have a gentleman that is actually assisting us with a review of our community safety unit this year, actually.
Okay. Now I recall that there was a motion that we brought forward at council a few months ago on looking as far as internet services in our for our tenants in our building. Is there any money in this budget to move ahead with that program?
My apologies, Councillor Nunziata. Could you repeat the question?
About providing internet services to some of our tenants, the most vulnerable tenants that we have in our buildings?
Yes, Councillor Nunziata, thank you for the question. We're working with the city through the ConnectTO program in order to bring some of our buildings online and provide affordable internet services to our tenants, and also providing some free Wi-Fi services in our common areas. And I can't recall the number of buildings that are underway at this point, but we continue to work with the city through the ConnectTO program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, Jag, Roseanne, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Being here today.
Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, the last little section will be the accountability officers. There's no presentations, there'll be questions and answers only. So what I will do is I will begin with the Office of the Auditor General first, the AG, and I think I see her there. Yep. So questions of the Auditor General, the requests. Okay, seeing none. Beverly, thank you very much for showing up, and I appreciate your submission. Next is the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. Councillor Layton has some questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Will you be reporting to Council in the near term about proposed policy and code changes to support your ability to provide accountability, or do you require a motion from Council asking you to?
Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the councillor, yes, I will be reporting in the near term this spring with respect to proposed changes to the codes of conduct. And prior to that, I will be undertaking a round of consultations individually with councillors and also with the public, pursuant to a direction I received from Council in April 2021.
What's required to ensure your flexibility to retain specialized external legal resources on a temporary basis? Is there a budget lacking, or do you have the authority to do that currently?
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I do have that flexibility. Thanks to the help of Council at the end of 2020, a reserve fund was established for our office, which allows me to make a contribution to that on an annual basis and draw down as I need. So this would be the third budget cycle that we've made the contribution to that reserve fund, and I have been able to rely on it. So That reserve fund is established to fund specialized legal and forensic investigative resources. So I have the tools that I need with the approval of this budget to do my job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on next to the Office of the Lobbyist Registrar. Okay, seeing no, oh, sorry, Councillor.
Just one question. Like it's noted in the, it's noted that there hasn't been an increase since 2009, despite registrations being up a whopping 500%. I'm wondering, with more staff, how would your office be able to better support your functions?
Councillor, thank you so much for the question, and through you to our budget chair. Our office is anticipating that the resource would be of value, particularly since we are also anticipating this continuation of registrations to be an ongoing thing. We certainly don't see that a decrease in this type of engagement, and obviously the registrations are an indication that our model is robust and that the stakeholder community believes in transparency when engaging with city officials. What I'd like to flag at this time is that we're anticipating some further changes and expansion to our mandate to include administrative monetary penalties for late registrants. What our office is doing at this current time to anticipate and best plan for these changes, and to find mitigating ways in terms of how can we address the pressures on the increased registrations. Those tactics include modernization, the use of technology, and evaluating how we can improve process. As you recall, Councillor, the Council generously provided funding in 2015 for an upgrade to the lobbyist registry, and the upgraded registry was delivered in 2020 in well in time, thankfully, for the pivot that we had to address with remote work because of the challenges of the pandemic. And so what we've done is we've accelerated our modernization plan throughout the pandemic with the tools that Council has ably given us, and our mandate has been delivered successfully by our able staff, our small but mighty team, and we will undertake to continue to improve process, to continue to use technology. I note that our investigations team has also implemented a case management system in the previous year in order to help them modernize their processes as well. And so we're hoping that once we can land with the administrative monetary penalties and we can see what the impact will be on our office, we're prepared to come back to you and advise of what our needs will be going forward.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, last of the day, the Ombudsman. Questions? Councillor Carroll, start.
Yes, actually, my first question is actually to you, Mr. Chair, because if so, I don't need to even proceed. It's always tricky with these budgets. They're new and enhanced, particularly for the AG and for Ombudsman, because we ordered them to take on a new task. But these budgets come to us raw. These haven't been reviewed. And I don't know, maybe you can't predict, but I'm hoping that you'll be able to give us some insight. Do we need to defend the things that these folks are asking for, or can we assume that this year, because there are direct council directions that are attached to the new and enhanced requests, that they will not be used as a source of funding for something else in the budget and disappear at the last minute?
What I can say, Councillor, is yeah, you're right. They have been included. All new and enhanced have been included into the budget, and that's part of the process. I mean, I can't presume the process as we move forward, but at this point, it is included All requests from the accountability officers are included in the submission.
Okay, then my question to the Ombudsman is, I wonder if you would like to, just in case people have not had a chance to read it, I wonder if you would like to just give us a quick synopsis of why you need these 3 positions. What has the council asked you to do, and how did you go about determining that that's likely to be the workload?
This is the host. You appear to be muted.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and through Councillor Carroll, thank you very much. Just to recap, so in April of last year, Council had directed the Ombudsman to take on a limited oversight of the Toronto Police Services. As a result, the former Ombudsman, Susan Opler, had asked for additional resources to take on this role. Last year, the office received an in-year budget funding of approximately $200,000. And so the budget ask that you see before you represents us wanting to take those temporary positions and make them full-time positions.
Right.
And there are 3 positions that we're asking for: 2 investigators and 1 communications and outreach person to support the additional work that council has asked the office to take on.
Right. So you've had that additional year. You now know the size of this task. We give you quite a few tasks, and during COVID, requests have been up in the regular lines of investigation that the Ombudsman has always had coming to them on a regular basis. This is a whole new task, and you now have a better idea of it and the volume you're likely to receive. So you anticipate needing these people going forward. Once the communication piece happens and people understand that this is where they go with a citizen sort of systemic inquiry or complaint about the police, you're going to need at least those 2 investigators to keep up with the volume.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Councillor. Just to be clear, we are not, this additional oversight that Council has given the Ombudsman's office is not to look into individual police conduct, nor is it designed to take complaints directly from members of the public. This is more an audit function. We are going to be identifying policies and procedures that we feel need to be reviewed and to make sure that they're being implemented in a fair and balanced way. And so, although there may be
it's more broadly systemic.
Exactly, there may be
consuming.
Yeah, there may be information or subject matter that might be generated through the public sphere. We won't be acting as a direct complaint mechanism for members of the public.
Right. Yeah, I was searching for the word because that's not quite it. There is a mechanism for that in the Police Act, but it's that more broadly systemic look if that's brought to you. But as we know, that is quite common in the world of policing, and more so nowadays than before. So this is work you're likely to need to do for some time.
Yes, through you. In addition, part of the reason why we're asking for a communications person is just to help to educate members of the public, educate our stakeholders about what we actually are able to do. And so that's really an important part of the work that we foresee for the office.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, and welcome, Kwame, by the way, to budget. Seeing no other questions, I think we are complete with the questions of the accountability officers, and I believe we are done for the day. Thanks everyone for coming out. We'll be starting a new whole area tomorrow, but thanks everyone for coming out. Briefing notes, please get them into the clerk as soon as you can. Be much appreciated, just on an organizational basis to figure all this out. So anyway, thank you. Have a great night.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Bye-bye.
No motion.